And we're live. Holy crap. An evening stream. How exciting. I don't know if I've ever done this before. It is 8:33 in the PM. January 9th, 2025. And oh, shoot. I should have... No. I was going to say I had the title of my stream wrong, which I can kind of change now. I'm calling it Good Vibes. That's the branding that I'm aspiring to, and I want to put that front and center. All right, we've updated the stream title. I don't know ultimately how much that matters, but now we're getting the good vibes going. And then, as is recent tradition, I have begun going live without my UI on my end being fully sorted. And what I mean by that is, like, my chat window is not where I need it to be in order to see everything properly. And normally, the logical thing to do is to set that up before the stream actually starts. But I've kind of liked doing it after the fact. It's just kind of getting settled as I go in and make everything look nice. Grip Smoke, I don't like the White Stripes. So no. There's one song of theirs that I kind of enjoy, but no, I would never consider playing anything from the White Stripes, not even as a bit. I suppose it would have to be a bit for me to consider doing it, and probably not. Annoyingly, and this is not the White Stripes' fault, the software that I use to split my large monitor into segments prevents me from having the perfectly sized chat window. So I have to go in and turn it off, and it's a whole thing. Small first world problems. But we're getting the chat window where I need to see it. While you're here and engaging, how's the volume of these things? Are you able to hear me okay versus the music? I imagine we don't have a lot of game audio right now, so it's hard to evaluate that, but I would love to hear thoughts on how we're doing in terms of volume. You're on your phone. Yeah, I can see that, actually. I'm hearing myself a little bit more quietly than I normally do, which usually means that the music is a bit loud. Hey, Gar Saxon! Welcome! It's good to see you. My night is going great. I had an amazing dinner. I'm full of burger and caffeine, and so we're going to do some evening streaming. I do not normally go at this time, but I'm feeling my Wheaties, as it were, and we're gonna do some conquest here. First, I need to do my nominal things, get my Iron Patriot upgraded, claim my credits. How are you guys doing? What's going on in the Grip Smoke and Gar Saxon and whoever else is there at Worlds? You guys having a good night? Doing anything exciting? Oh, Balatro. I had a lot of fun with Balatro for like a week and a half, and then I kind of lost interest. But good that you're enjoying it. Leftover pot roast. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Leftovers or otherwise. What are we doing here? I think am I in a Silver Conquest? Yeah, we're gonna get right back into it. This is the same, mostly, Arisham list that Binks, with my managing, piloted to the Infinity Conquest victory the other day. As well as what I have used. I got 3 avatars on my own time. 1 of them on stream, 2 of them off stream. And I have made 1 card change, though. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were using this in the ladder. Yeah, I love this deck so much. You know what, Gar Saxon? I think a Crockpot is the friend of people of all marital status. I know that... I can't think of the name of the product, but there's a... It was all the rage for a minute. Not an air fryer, but like there's a name brand of a one-pot cooking device that people were really, really excited about. What is the change? So this deck has a couple of... I won't call them arbitrary flex spots, but really flex spots. This original version of this list didn't have Red Guardian in it, and I think that was wrong. I put Red Guardian in it, but you don't need Red Guardian technically, it doesn't make the deck work in different ways. It could be a different card. Same thing with Copycat. Kind of same thing with Galacta, and maybe even a couple others. I had Killmonger in the deck, and it was a secret MVP occasionally. It allowed me to scrape out some unearned victories against junk, and it murders Ebony Maw, and it was useful, but it was, I would say, the least useful card in the deck. And Iron Patriot slots real nice into this list. A 2-drop that gives you an unknown card that you can then play on the turn 3 you have 4 mana to beef up that lane, or just do lane shenanigans. I do not. So the point is, I took out Killmonger, put in Iron Patriot, but Iron Patriot is still what I would consider to be in a flex spot and could be any other card. But I have a sneaking suspicion that Iron Patriot is deeply sick, not just good, but like this is going to be nerfed good. I don't know if I'm right or people are going to wake up to this, but I'm running it now happily. So I've already taken an Archon deck to Infinite, trying to do something different each season. So what is IP? Iron Patriot. No, I worked that on my own. I really enjoy Wiccan. Wiccan is one of the things that I run when I don't run Arishem. The thing is, every time I leave Arishem, I come back to Arishem. Like I have found some success with other decks for a week or 3, and then I either lose interest, or what often happens is I'll find a non-Arishem deck that works in the meta and I enjoy, and I'll play it and it'll be real awesome, and then the meta will shift and I won't know exactly what to do, and I'll just fall back to Arishem and it feels so good, and so on and so forth. That's probably a completely reasonable shortcut, but I don't know what's going on. I have a pretty good hand, but not quite a snappable hand, and my opponent is a pretty good collection level. Absolutely an argument to snap here. There's discard. Makes the Copycat a little less good. So what the plan here is to hopefully draw Lady Deathstrike or Red Guardian, and Galacta can comfortably go in the left lane here. I fucking hate Gambit. Here comes the Galacta hit. Yeah. Terrible. Maybe this. Actually, I won't keep the Iron Patriot card. I mean, it's a good curve, but okay, just probably just leave here anyway. If I mathing this out right, Iron Patriot plays on 4, gives me the card. Then it wouldn't get discounted until the end of turn 5, at which point we switch hands with Mindscape, and I don't have Legion in my hand. So I'm getting out of here. If I had Lady Deathstrike in my hand, or if Gambit had hit Galacta, or if I had Red Guardian in my hand, or if I had Legion in my hand, or if I had Doom 2099 in my hand, I would stay in one of those permutations. But none of those things are true, so we leave for 1 cube. And kind of going to the... I took out Killmonger and put in... Alright, well, I'm not leaving, but I'm not snapping back. This is a decent hand to deal with whatever he snapped on. I'm guessing it's Dracula Mobius, and the trick here is... landing the Red Guardian before he goes away in the vault. I think it's probably okay. Well, Arishem, welcome to the hand. Put down an Iron Patriot. I guess there's an argument to not put this in the left lane, but I want it to go off, and it's likely... excuse me, I want to build a power in this lane, and it does not seem that they don't generally add a ton of power. I guess who could have come with the Gambit. That's what's going to happen right now. Storm coming. That's actually pretty cool for a last turn Luke's Bar. Here comes Gambit. It actually doesn't matter that much. I mean, obviously, the Proxima Midnight and losing a card sucks. But the Iron Patriot effect happens... oh, does it not... when it's... Well, that's... This is, I think, a bug, if I'm not mistaken. It's related to the Luke Cage of it all. It used to be, for at least a minute, that if you Red Guardian, Iron Patriot, it was too late. The on-reveal had already happened. So I would love to kind of save the Storm, but I don't have anything great else for my curve. And the options are play Red Guardian, which I do not want to do because he's probably going to play a Dracula this turn. Or I could Storm to turn off Luke's Bar, but I kind of want to surprise him with the last turn. Or pass, and pass is just too weak. I just have to do this and hit their... Ah, they think they're hot with the... That's actually... That works okay.
Wind, aid my hand.
Now, this is a little bit... what is the word I'm looking for? A little bit of a sticky wicket. I have several options here. I am predicting that they have Dracula, and they will play it in the flooding location. And I don't have priority, so I could snipe it with Red Guardian. But then I'm giving up the Vault for sure. So what I could do is something like this. And then move away from the flooding as I want to. I think I like this the most. But I am not in a great spot. They're in the driver's seat. Anyway, as I was saying, you just see a lot of discard. At this point, with going back 17 steps in the conversation. No matter what meta you're in, no matter what game mode you're in, people play discard. It's just a fact of life. And... Score coming up. And if your list can't beat discard, you're not in good shape. It's kind of the alpha and omega there. So we have some options here. Option number 1 is leave. Option number 2 is move everything here and do a Taskmaster. And likely I'm going to beat him on power middle. But I don't know if this is a Mobius in the right lane. How many cards is he discarded? He's discarded nothing? That's not true. Well, I guess because Scorned... I guess the way that I lose this, and I think I'm considering staying, because it's only silver, is if this unrevealed card is Morbius, which it likely is, and he plays MODOK middle, thereby making his Morbius bigger than my Storm. That said, it's just silver 2. I think I can outpower him middle here. And I'm fine shipping it here, so we're going to do that. This is a MODOK. And then that's Scorn is the other card in his hand? I actually don't get there. It wasn't Morbius anyway. So I would have lost either way. Strong Guy's the other card it was. So I didn't get through this out loud, but I had not seen the other cheap cost card that Malekith could have pulled. And I was going to opine what it was, but obviously it was Strong Guy. I would really like to get some good cards. That was a tricky spot where it was just good enough to warrant a stay, but just didn't work out in the end. Arisham giveth, and Arisham taketh away. A couple options here. I could leave for 1. Or I could play it out, and, Dr. Doom... Red Hulk is on turns 5 and 6, quite strong. I think I'm going to stay. And I am comfortable doing that. Because, again, this is silver 2, and I just have to kind of buckle down at some point. I actually might consider snapping back, depending on how this goes. Because I really don't want to fight the 3 to 10 deficit in silver 2 against a card against a deck that I'm not getting lucky against. We'll do Iron Fist here. Opponent notably doing nothing on turn 2. I'm guessing we're going to see a... Oh, that's, of course. We want... I'm trying to decide if I want Galacta mid or if I want Galacta left. I think probably Galacta mid. We're happy to see that Gambit now, because I do not have the high-value targets down. And actually, based on that, I mean, this is a terrible math position. But I think I'm going to snap back, not because my hand is particularly bonkers, but because I would rather play for all of the Ball of Wax, and I'm just broadly a little bit ahead here. So this is 6 power, plus 3 is 9 power. I guess what I like here is Call Obsidian. It's not getting the Galacta buff. I did not recognize the likelihood of drawing. If I knew the call was coming, I would have put Galacta left, but obviously you can't do that. My next 2 turns are Doom and Red Hulk, and I just assume I'm going to get bigger than him. So there's a Dracula. We're going to be putting our friend Red Hulk left. I'm not even going to bother messing with trying to outpower Dracula. I'm just going to outpower him in the other lanes. Comfortably. I don't think he can get this big. Pardon me. And if he outpowers me middle after getting 25 there, then you can't beat that. I was never going to beat that. I don't know how many cards my opponent has. 4 cards. How hard could it be, sir? You're just thinking about the line of whether you want to play MODOK, and if so, where, or you want to play it out a little bit. MODOK next turn, maybe? Hedge your bets. Either emoting me a whole bunch. So I kind of like them going left because I think that I'm always going to beat them left, and I would just as soon have them focus their energy there. Yeah, so this is decent because I'm going to be adding 10 power here in a way that he probably isn't expecting. Or maybe he is expecting, but like I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with this. I'm comfortable with all my 5 cubes. This is a fine spot to get it all in the middle. And if you lose, you lose. But I'm feeling pretty healthy at this point. This is a pretty sick, couple pretty sick splits here. Binks and I were talking about it. This is an exception, but when you get a lot of the discard players and destroy players, that's the only deck they play, and they often have the most tricked out splits. My Arisham list is this list I'm playing now. Almost all the cards I've spent a ton of splits and spent a ton of like fancy borders. In a way that's what I like, but you see that most frequently with discard and what is the word? Discard and destroy. Yeah, ain't enough. Now, could they have beat me there? No, I don't think there was a play. I did not clock how big their apocalypse was, but. I don't think it was big enough at that time, unless it got discarded. Yeah, also, first of all, welcome, Mad Mathis. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I played Destroy Player is only about 10k, but everything was ink and fancy borders. Yeah, and that makes kind of... yeah, I'm snapping back. The thing that is going to happen... The thing that if this happens, I will be mad, is if I play Doom 2099, they gambit, and it hits it. But I just have to live in that world. And I'm just putting all the cubes in the middle. I don't know why he's snapping, but I got Death Strike to take care of whatever, wherever he puts the Dracula, presumably, and we're going to be okay. Yeah, if you are a low-ish level Destroy player, it's pretty easy to fill out a Destroy deck and just kind of stick with it. Yeah, I would have really liked to... that sucks. Actually, I don't need... I was like, I don't need to play Doom this turn, but I am going to play Doom this turn. In case I want to do something else next turn. There's an argument to playing Doom in another lane, so I can potentially Lady Deathstrike as Morbius, but here's the thing. Discard players very rarely put Dracula and Morbius in the same lane. Particularly, they're not going to put Dracula in Castle Bloodstone because it's not going to do anything for them. Does this actually... Is the card revealed? If I played exactly one card? I would hate for... the turning over... I think that this works. I actually don't know if I've encountered this before, but we'll see. I believe this makes a Doom bot, but I don't know that for sure. So now what we want to see is a Dracula in the right lane. Oh, do not hit the Doom bot. Here, sorry, Dr. Doom. All right, we can live with that. Okay, Malekith actually is not what I was expecting. It's not unheard of, but just the turn 4 play is so often Malekith. We'll get... We'll get this here. Missing out on one Doombot really, really sucks, but I am guessing that I will not be in a better position than this to get all the cubes in the middle. Anyway, whenever you have a complete destroy list or a complete discard list, or rather, you can get those complete lists, like no compromises. You just have the best cards in the set without... too much, without being terribly complete in other areas. You can't just swap over, and I think we want to be doing this. Yeah, that's the play. You can't just, oh yeah, I'm going to stop playing Destroy right now, and I'll play my, like, the list that I have right now. I Did Not Clock has like 10 Series 5 cards in it. So whenever you get your complete list, it makes a lot of sense to trick it out, because it's just what you're playing. So there's other things. I guess, what am I afraid of? Strong Guy? I do not want this unrevealed card to be a discard. Oh, actually, I guess I'm big enough. I'm big enough. I am reborn. We did it. Victory. Got brutalized the first couple of games, and then just, yeah, 5 cubes, and thank you, Lady Deathstrike, once again. An invaluable MVP. Certainly in the discard matchup. Like, how I'm not really comfortably winning that. I mean, I could have sort of won it here, but it's just so critical for certain situations. When you're playing Aurisham, anyway. And now, I think, just to make the stream a little bit more exciting, we'll begin doing gold conquests. I did so over there because that's just what I was halfway through whenever I started up the stream, but yeah, we'll get moving on that. Did I complete any Alliance stuff? I did not. Did I complete any missions? I did not. What's going on? Now that said, I'd like to point out rank 317. Particularly proud of that. I was 60 whenever I hit Infinite on day 1. That's the highest I'd ever been. Currently 317. But we're gonna do Gold Conquest, which I don't know. I don't normally love doing Gold Conquest this early in the season, because the only people doing Conquest are often extremely experienced Conquest specialists, and I like to have some easy money in the pool, as it were. I also don't know what this is going to do with queue times, but I have, effectively at any moment, unlimited gold tickets. So let's do it for realsies. Going to right now bring up the Binks video that I was featured in. I'm so chuffed about it. So cool. And see if there's any comments, because I'm not at the point in my content creator life cycle that I am able to stay away from the comments just yet. I want to see the people saying. Lady Deathstrike and Arisham or other ramp is one of the only good counters I found to Doom 2099. Yeah, that's, I think, the original reason that somebody put Lady Deathstrike in the in this list, because, like, how else can you really deal with Doom? And it makes a ton of sense with getting it out on turn 4 and just working in the mirror. So, yeah, for sure, whenever they get out Doom, you can kill it with Deathstrike. It's awesome. But it just has other things, too. It's really, really awesome. I as you see, I spent enough credits to get it to gold. I almost want to try and get a God Split on it, because it's just proving to be something that I'm really enjoying. Oh yeah, somebody said the nice thing in the YouTube comments for this Binks video. Good for that. Good for them. Give everybody the thumbs up who says nice things. Don't even let Arisham. This is probably good content, seeing me mumble through YouTube comments. What was I gonna say? So Gar Saxon was eating leftover pot roast. What else were people up to earlier today? I would like to hear about the exciting, cool things, or not, or the very mundane, boring things. Anyone playing anything good today? Anyone watch anything good today? I want to hear about it. Give me those recommendations. This is the drawback of gold conquest on like day 3. I think maybe I'll learn my lesson, and after this one, at least for the first couple of days, we'll stick with silver for matchmake time reasons. So I had my amazing dinner at Red Robin, of all places. Is not normally, gourmet cuisine, but I was just so much in the mood, and it really, really hit the spot. For those of you in the Seattle area, there's a dumplings place that I had for dinner. Not today, but I have leftovers in the fridge. That has egg rolls in the style that, I don't know what's wrong with Seattle or society at large, but the egg rolls that you find at most Chinese restaurants, at least around here, they're not egg rolls, they're spring rolls. They're, I don't know, like they're small, and they're not, like, they're fried, but they're not like deep fried. There's not much of a breading there. The place that I went to and had leftovers from and just absolutely adored, these were egg rolls. These were capital E egg rolls. Giant, fat, deep fried, crispy deliciousness, and I'm still thinking about it. Weird how rare it is. I grew up in, like, all Chinese places had it. So we have Nyx here. I feel like I have played against Nyx. This is as predicted by running Gold Conquest this early in the season. I'm not running into scrubs. Oh, Shauna. Is that Arisham Shauna? That's an Arisham Shauna. I was about to say, boy, sad I took Killmonger out of here. And I was about to snap, but, that actually works out for him. I think I'm going to put Gwenpool here. Kill his Shauna, and make sure I'm not filling up on Avengers Compound. And he can, of course, obviously, eventually kill this Gwenpool, but it's decent value to get that down now. We can also do fun things like Legion Warrior Falls. And my cards are probably bigger than his cards on average. But that might be too cute by half, as I like to say. The thing is, if I do this, then mid becomes threatened. I need to, invest power, and mine will just slowly die. I think that might be too cute by half. I think the play is probably this, honestly. could put Mockingbird right, but I like this. Alright. Red Hulk forcing some mana spend. I don't want to grow the Red Hulk. So I think that the play here is Doom. That's not a great, like... Winning from there, particularly with Warrior Falls, is not the easiest thing, particularly if he puts a giant card down left. That said, I don't... There's no other obvious line. I think we're going to just do this. I could probably do maybe Legion and Valentina on the last turn to prevent Red Hulk from growing and turn off Warrior Falls. We'll see how it goes. Depends enormously on what he plays right now. If he snaps or plays Alioth, we're out immediately. But and my opponent, by the way, I did not say this out loud, my opponent also running Arsham. So you never know. You never know what they're going to bring. They got Quinjet down. Could be anything. Did I watch Black Doves on Netflix? Is that the, what is her name? Natalie Portman? No, Keira Knightley? What are those thin brunette shows? Is that what we're talking about?
Cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff.
I remember seeing that, and I believe it's highly rated. Don't tell me anything about the show. I don't like, it's not excuse me, only that I don't like spoilers. I like know nothing about shows before I get into them. Is it good? Would you say that it is? Would you recommend it? So now, I'm probably going to leave here, and by probably going to leave here, I mean I literally cannot win either of the lanes that I'm not currently winning. I don't think. Is there any? I can add 10 power as the most power I can add anywhere. Oh, sorry, 11 power, which beats nothing. So we're out of here. That was a very easy retreat. And I've never heard of Bad Sisters, but that is very believable because Apple does no marketing. Apple has so many shows that they spent dozens of millions of dollars, or perhaps cumulatively hundreds of millions of dollars, and did not advertise, and nobody knows about them. It's ridiculous. And so the fact that I haven't heard about Bad Sisters doesn't mean anything because Apple doesn't let anybody know about their shows. My hand, fine. I wouldn't describe myself as loving my hand. But nor would I describe myself as hating my hand. My opponent not snapped yet in any circumstance. Could Storm now on Strange Academy, or I could Galactastorm. Or Galacta something else. I think maybe I like this. There's arguments to both these things. The thing is, if I Storm as the next play Death Strike, I think I'm going to do that. Oh, what are you doing playing on Strange Academy? How dare you? Is this also a Storm? Is this also a randomly generated Storm? Oh, no, Galacta on that location. Makes sense. No Slaw Extra Toast. Thank you for the follow, my friend. I appreciate that. Let's see. Spider-Man here is adding, quote-unquote, 6 power to that location. I think I like Gilgamesh here. And then I can try and Spider-Man back in if something doesn't look quite right. We'll see. I don't know what his plan is going to be. Oh yeah, and I am pumped for Severance Season 2. Ah, Sunspot makes sense. Once again, the Killmonger would have been cool. And there's a rock. Well, in the next 2 turns, he would have to float 9 mana to tie, or have a Doctor Doom, which is a very likely card for him to have. Which doesn't seem very likely. So a couple things here. I can get Galacta down, but Throne Room becomes weird. This does nothing. Or I could, like, wait to get Galactic. I think I kind of like this. I think this is the play that I'm going to do. And see about whether what lane I want to win. I have options based on what they play with this line. Well, Darkhawk kind of makes that. It's what is my opponent doing? Like, not snapping. This is some weird behavior here. So my opponent has 7 mana. They're not going to be able to float their way to beating Flooded. So they need to win Valhalla here. And you could have a Mystique or some nonsense. I kind of like Boomer snapping. I don't. That's weird. The fact that my opponent has snapped, I don't know, man. I am Boomer snapping because it could be a lot of different stuff. There's many things that I could be doing that snapping on that beat my opponent that my opponent would not put me on. That said, Alioth I think just cooks me here. I'm adding 14. No, we're fine here. I think, and if we're not, then I was not going to beat this opponent anyway. Hey, oh god, that's so many cards. Well, now we need to get pretty lucky with the Spider-Man. Mockingbird, please. Still don't think that's enough. No. What is my opponent doing? Not snapping at any point during that game. That's very confusing. They must just be here for the missions or something. Bobby, not only did we do an Infinity Conquest run, we won the Infinity Conquest run on our first try. It's a bit of a thing now. I've done Infinity Conquest with Binks 3 times. And each time, we have not dropped a single match. Oh yeah, sorry for the spoilers, but it is on. He actually uploaded a hot. First of all, you can go to his Twitch channel, of course, and look at the VOD. But on his YouTube channel, he actually posted like a dedicated video to it. It's just highlights, of course. But yeah, if you're gonna like look through the VOD, if you're willing to look through the VOD, there's some really good games. I'll say this: the games that we played yesterday were extremely entertaining. There was many very interesting games. I don't love Goose, and I don't love Invisible Woman because these decks run Arasham. Sorry, Alioth. We're just gonna do this because I really just don't have a ton of other plays. It really is a not-so street. To be clear, I would categorize Binks and myself as among the best players in the world. But even accounting for that, there's just so much randomness in Conquest. Like the most that I would say broadly that you can expect to be. I actually want to hide the thing. I'm going to hide the thing and make him a little bit suspicious about it, like he maybe wants to Alioth that. I don't know. What was I saying? There's so much randomness involved that even performing perfectly with the best players in the world, you can expect to lose a lot before you get 20-0. It's really something. I'm very proud of us. Black Panther here is susceptible to Shang-Chi, but it is what it is. I should be snapping here because I'm not overly favored against my opponent, so like let's just get the cubes in the middle. It's clobbering time. And no, I'm sorry I spoiled it, but there's really interesting games in backs and forth, so you're in for a treat. I think I like this. What I'm going to do here is protect my claw from... Oh, just do this for Negasonic Teenage Warhead. Oh, no, I have priority. Anyway, I'll do this for protecting my claw from Red Guardian. What could that be? Is that a Doctor Doom? What's he doing over there? Blob, huh? Okay. Well, I don't think I can meaningfully get... over 14 or more power there. So I think that we're going to do... I'm Boomer snapping. I should have snapped earlier. This is not a Boomer snap so much as just a delayed snap. If he has Shang-Chi, I think I'm just prepared to lose. And we're going to be playing Mockingbird and I believe Gambit. And I'm going to play Goose here. Because if he plays a naked Shang-Chi, I will still be ahead on points. And now he can cook me in any number of ways, and we'll see how it goes. But I guess, sorry, Rogue is the better play. Same power and can steal something that he plays over there. This loses to many things, or they leave. But this is the best line, and let's get the cubes in the middle. Well, that's not great. I feel like I didn't add... well, now I need to get lucky with the... Oh, his Bob's going to move. I believe I Boomer Snap, so... Yep, we win. We win because we're lucky. Get over anywhere else, Bob. That was a misplay by my opponent. And I didn't win because of it. I would have won anyway. I got lucky with my Gambit. But I snapped on that turn. Bob was going to move. If he wanted to contest Hub exclusively, he should have played Bob somewhere else. Or maybe he didn't. He just wanted to actually move Bob. I put words in his mouth. He maybe wanted to have Bob somewhere else, but I suspect that he didn't. I suspect that he wanted it. Now, Bobby, I want to talk to you about Conquest. And talk to you about my relationship with Conquest. I have not actually talked about this out loud. I don't think ever. So I'm going to do it here with you guys for the very first time. Or I should say on stream. I've talked about it in person. I've told Biggs about this. We'll do Mantis because I have other plays. What is Copycat? Is Debris. That's right. I was hoping for a Quinjet in the left space. So, in the beginning, I have been playing Marvel Snap since the first week of retail. I don't know if we call these things retail. Excuse me. Which is to say, like October 2022? Is that right? Or 2023? I forget the exact whatever. And at that time, how do I do this? This is not great Red Guardian value, but it's just the most mana efficient thing to do here. At that time, Infinite was a binary state. You're whatever rank, 73 or I don't even, the ranks are kind of ambiguous. You've got whatever you call the thing, when you hit 100 you get. Why is my opponent do they just not have a snap button? What are they doing? This is crazy. So I'm gonna Death Strike here because his Sunspot is better than my Meek. Anyway, when you would hit Infinite, that was it, and you could just screw around and play for funsies. Maybe it affected your MMR, but I actually don't think it. Oh, is Phoenix Force's Sunspot? What the hell? If he doesn't snap now, I am just confused and like, what are they doing? Like, I am absolutely out of this game right now. I guess there is an argument to not snapping whenever Vesuvius is on the board. And no, Nyx is a real serious player, I think. First of all, I don't think that bots are in guilds or alliances, rather. So, I mean, it's possible. I think that Nyx is a real player. Anyway, it's very hard for me to take this moment to continue my thought. My apologies for the herky-jerky of it. And when... Before Conquest, when there was no numerical rank displayed, all I did was ranked. I think there was an overlap when Conquest was out, and that wasn't what I was playing, and I found it weird and uncomfortable. And I did ranked until they added the visible number. You know, now you can, right now, I mean, I don't know if you can see it in, you can't see it in this Conquest or whatever, but you could, in your match, you like, oh, my opponent is 100th in the world, or 1,000th in the world, or 4,999th in the world. And the addition of that number killed my enjoyment of ranked instantly. I really enjoy playing in Infinite and screwing around and not worrying about, not sweating it out or anything. And that's vanished. It is now in my brain. I'm recognized that this is a self-imposed thing. It is a sweat fest in a way that is just not fun. It's not fun. So when they added that rank number, and I lost a lot of my desire to do ranked stuff, I just kind of found my way into doing you know what? So, do I want to do? I need to start getting over to Fisk Tower and getting Galactabuffs over there. But I can't play 2 cheapo cards. I think probably the play here is Sasquatch this turn, and then I can do Echo over here and then Hobgoblin next turn. Yeah, so whenever they added that numerical addition, of course, yeah, this is pretty uncanny luck. Maybe Nyx is a bot. This is kind of some stupid bullshit. I won't argue that. I started playing Conquest and never really looked back. I'm going to... Do I want a Hobgoblin? I think I kind of want a Hobgoblin. Maybe Hobgoblin. Shoot, should have done it mid. Almost did it mid. Shang-Chi, of course.
Be controlled.
Who they dig up this time?
Yeah, I'm just like, what is this? What is happening? God. So like now I'm down. Well, I guess I'm not like down, but Christ, I mean, this is how Arsham works. You get lucky, you get unlucky, but it is brutal to get consistently unlucky while the other person's getting consistently lucky with this big of a delta. And that's it. They're not snapping, so I don't know what's happening. I'm very confused with what my opponent is, because they have the Cassandra Nova, that border, and they have with their anyway. That means that they've gone far in Deadpool's diner, and you know they're no slouch. But this is some real Bush League snapping behavior. I don't have a ton of room to talk as I'm down 2 to 6, but I'm going to chalk that up to luck. We'll get Forge down. See what we want to do next turn. Craven Zabu, perhaps. Hey, Angel, welcome to the party. Yeah, we're gonna do Zabu Craven. I guess we could do Zabu Strange. Sorry, or Craven Strange. No, we're gonna do... Shoot. This is what we're doing. And I am giving myself the a little bit more real estate to do Strange into middle to buff this Craven up, which might be a useful thing to do. I was considering buffing Craven now to prevent Deathstrike from killing it, but I like that I needed to play Zabu over there, and it's all very complicated. I think we're going to Legion this turn. Actually, now we're I could do Strange. Actually, maybe this is the play. I'm filling up on mid a little bit, but I'm staying out of Shang-Chi range, which is now something that I need to do. Something I know that I need to do, excuse me.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
And this is not a slouch amount of power middle. I only have the one spot left, but I got some stuff to work with here. Ah, Cassandra Nova. Glad to see you. So what I'm going to do now... I'm not going to Cassandra Nova now. I'm going to Doom now, probably. I want to kind of have some options, depending on what I draw next turn. This, of course, fills up middle, but it is the most power. Yeah, we're gonna Doom here. There There's their blob. Is that immediate? I would like to not immediately win. Okay, so they at least have to play one more card there. That's good. I believe we're just doing this. Now, there's an argument to reversing this and doing the copycat, sorry, the big Cassandra in the right lane, but that is really thin. If I do it this way, I'm only up a precious little bit of power, and he very well could contest these lanes. So this might lose, but this simply is what I have to do. And I'm playing in this order, playing around Arrow, if it happens. And if we lose, we lose, but this is just what it needs to be. Okay, well, I'm glad I played Cassandra there. I believe Copycat is still bottom card. I believe it is and has been bottom card. Yeah, we cannot see the original text because it's copied it. But all right, well that is exactly what we needed to do. Just need to do that 2 more times. And yes, in this game, Cassandra Nova was in the bottom of their deck. And like, what the hell? Like, just looking at my opponent's list, like it's an old style Arisham. Thank you. Here's welcome to the parties, Doom. Finally. Anyway, it's an Arisham list that has Cassandra Nova in it. I think that is a bad. It's bad because I mean I'm biased, of course, because I am playing Arisham myself, and I am the victim here. But I do think it's bad broadly. All right, we are in a pretty good spot. I mean, my opponent has Red Guardian here. Oops. But, you know, having the 2 Dooms, this is a snap for me. Maybe they don't, and this is Cassandra Nova is about to happen and ruin my world. But broadly speaking here, this is an incredible hand. I don't like that for board space reasons. This is not what I like to see. I think we're going to Galactic here. I kind of like Galactic here. And I could play Doom, and I'm like, we'll get maximum start tower value with Doom stuff later. Well, actually, no. I want to make myself a little bit more Doom, or sorry, Shang-Chi proof in these lanes. So we're gonna do this. Okay, great. That's love to see it now. And my opponent can beat me here, but it is it requires some serious cards to do so. I'm playing in the right lane here. I would normally want to get more power in that lane, but I fear Alioth. I do not want to go out that way. They had priority and would play Alioth there if they had Alioth. Looks like they did. But I'm in a pretty good spot, I believe. Am I taking priority here? Yes, I am taking priority. I'm ahead in all 3 lanes. Question is where... I think I like this more. Play where I'm already a little bit more ahead. Maybe. I mean, there's almost certainly no cards that my opponent could have that would be either of these plays, but I just want to make sure that there isn't something I'm not seeing, like Absorbing Man? No. I'm going to do this to guarantee that a little bit of power goes in both lanes, and if I'm him, I'm playing, yeah, I'm winning here, for sure.
I'm about to juice this up.
Yeah, my opponent running I say old-style Arisham list as if that's not meaningless. But they're running a version of Arisham that we have not seen for, like, 2 months. This is, like, what I used to play, and dare I say somewhat pioneered, but things like Fastos you don't see anymore. I mean, you rarely ever saw them. Cassandra Nova is very out of style. Nick Fury kind of makes sense. Coulson makes no sense. Like, Coulson no longer belongs in an Arisham list. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. But hey, Nyx is playing out of their mind. They're not snapping very well, but they're playing out of their mind, and I've got super unlucky. So the fact that we got as far as we did, I'm comfortable with it. I'm happy. I'm gonna start putting meaningless cards in Tarnax and hopefully fill up that way. Hey, that's cool. We like that one. Oh, Doom, awesome. Doom's super cool for Tarnax. I'd be snapping here if
Gotta run, huh?
I was not already if we weren't already at game point. Playing this now to prevent any kind of destroyer things from happening later. There's a real argument to holding this for surprise purposes, but I'm going to get priority and, well, I think, yeah, get priority and hopefully keep it, and, oh, you'd like to see that. I'm going to hopefully turn off their vision here. Supergiant seems good. Okay, vision can't move anymore. There's Blob. That's a big old Blob. Now, value of Doom 2099 with Elysium on the board is very diminished. Plus, it's only turn 5. And plus, it's not going to be revealed, so I'm not going to mess with it. So I'm going to put Eliath here now, I think. Well, I think Eliath will eat whatever card he plays this turn, because I'll be revealing first at the end of the game. But I can also, and maybe should also, hold it to turn off both what he plays. Yeah, so I'm not going to play Eliath this turn. I am going to keep... We'll do this. And keep myself a little flexible with not just competing in right and left, because I don't want to be too vulnerable to Shang-Chi. Actually, that said, shoot, I am doing this. I am doing this, and there's a real argument to not doing this. Okay, they play that many cards. I think we're going to do this. So what this will do is turn everything into Elysium, and all of his nonsense that he wants to have do stuff is actually going to turn into other things. And on my Doom 2099, and will turn into a better value 4-drop. We're going to let Jesus take the wheel with the RNG. This beats the Shang-Chi over here. If that's what's happening, I don't know. And we're just going to ship it. See how it goes. This is the most I can make happen. Alright, so I feel like I've won left lane. Kind of just comes down to what our Tarnax's things turn into in the right lane. Probably. That's good. His 4-8 is going to come into a smaller 4-drop, I would imagine. No, it's not much smaller. The not destroyer? Ah, that sucks. That cost us the game right there. All that needed to be was an 8 power card, and most 6 drops are 8 power. Yeah, so let's do a little math here. I lose with Destroyer. Loses there. No, Destroyer doesn't lose there. Destroyer wins there. So I lose with Taskmaster, and I lose with Arnim Zola, I think, lose. Taskmaster and Arnim Zola. Taskmaster and Arnim Zola are the only 2 6-drops that caused me to lose the game there. Because I win a tiebreaker. Let's take a look. Because I actually don't know. Oh, Doom, you're absolutely right, FC. You're absolutely right. In fact, there probably is a couple more that I'm thinking about. So, what we're doing now, just for completion's sake, we're going to go take a look here at all the 6-drops. Gore, actually, I don't know what all the on-reveals were. I will just assume that Gore was more than 8 power. So we lose with Arnim Zola. We lose with... Oh, Null we lose with. Taskmaster we lose with. Leader? Yeah, I will say leader. Yeah, so there's more Doom. There are more than I thought. Galactus, 6. Spectrum, what is there? Do I have any ongoing? I don't remember ongoing in the right lane. Kind of don't think so. 7? Hell is 8? No, okay. Onslaught 9, there were more... Alright, now that I'm actually counting through it, there were more 9 drops, or 6 drops that have 7 or fewer power that caused me to lose that game. It's certainly a small chance, but it is more than the vanishingly small that actually happened. It's just funny that Destroyer would not have been a problem. Destroyer would have won that handily. Funny game. Anyway, I will always struggle against the deck with Cassandra Nova, so we're not too mad about that. So, before I cue into this next one, Coulson was amazing. You're absolutely right. Whenever you brick with Orisham, Coulson can be either just a safety net that you just missed everything, and Coulson can give you some hero stuff. Coulson can give you any number of just yes-ands, you know, any number of Shang-Chi's that you Miracle would have won with, and all these other things. But the new Orisham, when you do not have 3 mana on, or you don't have 3 mana on 2, you skip the 3 mana turn. It is now deeply inefficient to play Coulson on curve. With the new Orisham, kind of hobbled as he is, you very much want to be playing a 4 energy card on 4. And if you're playing Coulson, you're just kind of always playing from behind and catch up in a way that feels very awkward. Coulson rules broadly. He ruled super hard in the pre-nerf Orisham. But right now, it's just wrong to put him in now. I'm comfortable kind of making that generalization. I'll say this. There's many wonderful, great, proper ways to build Orisham that are not identical to one another. Like, a version of my opponent's list is good. I just don't think that exact version of that version was good. Kurter, also, first of all, welcome. Thank you for hanging out. What changed on Orisham? There's two changes. One huge, one tiny. The huge one is that you don't start the game with the extra energy. Used to be with Orisham, you would have 2 energy on turn 1, 3 energy on turn 2, 4 energy on turn 3, and so on. Now, they dramatically reduced it, and so you do not get the extra energy until the 3rd turn. On turn 1, you got 1 energy like every other asshole. On turn 2, just 2 energy. And then on turn 3, you graduate to 4 energy and then remain 1 energy more than the turn number. And so what this means is, for the most part, you do not want 3 drops, or a lot of 3 drops, but you certainly don't want a lot, but probably, in many cases, none. 3 drops, because you want to be playing a 4 drop on 3, and it's just mana inefficient. Now, you'll notice I actually have 2 3 drops in my deck. And there's absolutely an argument to removing Copycat for that very same reason. I am just partial to it. My opponent running also Orisham. I swear, I think that Binks' stream with my deck kind of popularized it. I think that we're seeing people playing the deck that they saw Binks play, which is what I brought there. Is kind of funny. I'm not going to play Domino in the Vault because I don't want to open myself up to the Lady Deathstrike that I know that they have. Anyway, the other Orisham change to somewhat counter, to be clear, somewhat counter that enormously impactful change was they reduced, I forget the number, but the Orisham used to put more random cards in your deck. They reduced the number to kind of make the variance a little bit less. So kind of what I want to do here is Legion on Savage Land what's the word? Clog up their board and win that way. So this is silver. I'm going to do this to be cheeky. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put Galacta here. No, I'm not going to put Galacta here. Because I'm Legioning Savage Land next turn. And this is probably going to... Well, probably going to cook them left. I will be able to get bigger than them in the left lane. Did I snap? I did snap. Well, when a deck dominates like that, people will gravitate towards it to the... Yes, yes to both your points. It would be funny if my opponent also Legioned on Savage Land. It is a play that could happen for sure. And there's that Death Strike. Now, crucially, it's going to be hard for me to win middle now. I can maybe try and get lucky with Cersei. In fact, that's probably exactly what I'm going to do. Shoot, I actually... Does this... I would very much like to play a single card to beat Savage Land left here. And give myself options the next 2 turns. So this goes to 6... Yeah, okay, this does win. I could play just this Naked Red Guardian and then do next turn what I want to do. Well... I could do this turn. No, because that turns off the Galactic. We're doing this. We're doing this. The issue with this line is it runs the risk of him being able to kind of eke me out on the other 2 lanes. But I'm comfortable with this line. Somebody just followed me. Who just followed me? Digord Barros? I'd probably saying that's super wrong. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out, man. Ah, Goose is a clever thing. I can no longer do the Cersei that I wanted to do. So, probably Cersei is the line here. You mean, is it Cersei and Mysterio, right? Like this? I mean, I can just play the one. This is the line that I'm going to do and hopefully win with. And I might as well play Mysterio in the mid here. But yeah. We're letting... Oh, Lady. I'm sorry. Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah. Lady, well... That adds 10 for me, and it removes 5... I don't know, man. Cersei could be a lot. Turns Legion into a 6-drop and makes those into 2 random 2s. I think that's going to be ultimately more than 5 power. It makes it random. I'm doing this for the content. We're doing this for the content. I want to get in a clip show tomorrow. If this goes crazy, here we go. And we lose to Shang-Chi. Wild Shadow... Oh, yeah. You immediately clock on the thing. Don't we not also have the... We have that problem with Death Strike as well. It's just... It is what it is. Yes, no, you're absolutely right, Gar Saxon. However, we're here for the content. I'm here to entertain you guys. The Luke Zim in before you're absolutely right. And we get Shang-Chi to death right here. Oh, they just left anyway. But yeah, that is the least fun way to have that happen is Cersei or Lady Deathstrike. And I guess Dracula would have been, if I knew that they had Shang-Chi in hand, the Dracula would have been the most correct play. But you can't, and this is... I hit this point with some frequency, but I'm going to say it again because it was directly relevant to what we were just seeing there. When you are playing an Arishem opponent, even if you know for a fact that they have a particular counter card in their deck, it is almost always wrong, unless you have weird snap, like extra information, to play around that card. Because more often than not, they don't have it, and you're doing all kinds of weird chicanery and suboptimal play lines around a card that they likely don't even have. So, by the way, I snapped because I have an incredible selection of cards. This is, I mean, that sucks, but it sucks for both of us. Doom 2099, Dr. Doom, and Legion with Death's Domain on the board? Forget about it. This is some of the strongest hand that anyone has ever had in any circumstance ever. It can lose to RNG, and if it does, I'll be pretty furious. But, yeah, right now, like, if they play Negasonic Teenage Warhead on the right, I will flip my monitor up in a... Oh, they got their own Doom. Okay, so this actually diminishes the value of mine because they themselves are rocking with what I'm rocking. Please don't go mid. Perfect. Didn't go mid. Catmanda, welcome to the stream. So do I have priority? I do have priority. My opponent snaps back. So this means a couple of things. What I can do is do things like Legion and like immediately delete what he's about to try and play. I think I kind of like that because I can do Dr. Doom and Brood in the subsequent turns and stick more power that he probably cannot stick. So there's an argument to not doing this play, like if he's maybe going to Red Guardian doesn't even do a thing. We're doing this, and I think that I am favored to win, but my opponent could also have the equally good cards that I have. We'll see. We'll see. What's coming down on Oscorp Tower? Or should I say former Oscorp Tower? Super Scroll, good night! Get out of here! Get out of here. So I do not want my bot to go on the right for maximum Doctor Doom value. Can I not go on the right for maximum Doctor Doom value? Can you not go on the right for maximum Doctor Doom value? Perfect. Location goes first there, just as FYI. Location procs before a card played that turn. Of course, did I say something that could have been contradictory? Because yes, of course, that's how that works. We're actually... I guess to guarantee a win in the right lane, I'll play the bigger Doom here. I'll feel very stupid. Oh no, I have priority. If he had priority, it had leader. This would be a devastating counterplay. But right now, I think I'm just going to get bigger on the right than he will ever be able to do, unless he also plays Doctor Doom now. And if he plays Doctor Doom now, I have a Brood in a way that, like, if he has a Brood, good luck. There's actually also an argument to playing Red Guardian. That actually might be more power than a Brood. We'll see if turning off a Doombot for him is more power, ultimately. Yeah, Cable, get out of here. So now, I'm always bigger than him right. Because I made sure that a Doombot got over there, not a 2099 Doombots, which are smaller. So if I turn off this Doombot, it is removing 2 power from it, and 1, 2, 3, 4 power from the other. So that's 6 power total. Brood is just 4 power, so yeah, the most power here is turning off this Doombot. And just giving my 8 cubes. He might just leave here. It's very, like, yeah. Now, that's gotta suck for my opponent. Having Doom 2099 with those locations on turn 3 is often great. But as I said, I had one of the most strong hands in the history of hands, in the history of contexts. Which is cool. Good for me. With apologies to Mike.tv. He did nothing wrong there. Other than fail to get super lucky. And who among us has made such a similar mistake? Certainly I. Alright, later. My hand is a bit of a doo-doo.
Escaped.
This is fun. This evening... I don't normally stream in the evenings. I normally stream in the early afternoon after I've had lunch and have that lunch energy coursing through my veins. And, right now, this is gonna have that dinner energy coursing through my veins. So I can do something clever, like try and fill up White Hot Room, and but not fill up White Hot Room because the last card I play is Death Strike, which opens up space. However, that will kill. And X-23 lives, but that'll kill Swarm and maybe other things. I do not like Corvus Glaive there. I am going to play Swarm here. I might come to regret that. There's an argument to playing it in Big House. So yeah, they're gaining on us. They're gaining on us here. Okay, they have one of those cards. Those are all pretty good cards. Now, I am capable of filling this turn, but then I have no way of getting back over there. It is Deathstrike value. I think I like a little something like this. And if they fill up left, I think the nightmare is they fill up left with something that they can move. But if they fill up left, I probably am going to win the lane. If they don't fill up left, I can Deathstrike if I want to. We'll see how it goes. I think that this is the play I like the most. I don't want to lock myself out of it. Okay, yeah, they're not going for it. That's fine. Destroyer, you say? Well, this is awkward. I think we do this and then Destroyer left next turn. Like, I'm not actually removing a ton of power because I'm fine playing Destroy over here. I'm going to snap, actually. Because I'm going to get the extra mana, and I'm going to have my surprise Destroyer here, which won't actually remove a ton. I'm taking out their stuff in White Hot Room. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I filled up, and they didn't. That said, they're going to have Hope Summers mana. And I must remember that they have either Lady Deathstrike or Doctor Doom or a Corvus Glaive copycat. We'll see how it goes. Polaris coming over. Sure, don't care. Now, I would love to be able to be sneaky and hide this destroyer, but I simply have to play it now, of course, because it's just going to kill too many things later. Yeah, I got some energy. I got some extra energy. Yeah, do I say mana? I meant... Yeah, I will always say mana. And it's from... it's probably from originally Magic the Gathering. It's also Hearthstone, which I played a great deal of. The question is, I want to play Rescue, which is not the most mana-efficient thing, but I think I do, because I will have a ton of energy to do fun things. So yeah, we're gonna do Rescue. Did I snap? I should have snapped if I hadn't snapped by now. Yeah, I did snap. And if they have Shang-Chi, that's... I mean, it's not great, but we're not too heartbroken about it. Notably, I'm going to be able to play Mockingbird and or Copycat in the middle, which is a surprising amount of power, as well as get a Doombot over there. I think I have the mana for all these things. I don't know for sure. I should have activated my Black Swan. So, okay, notably, that's a good play from them. They have got an 8-power Sage copy, plus their extra Host Summer mana, plus... oh, I can actually do... I can get... we're going to do this, folks. This is a little bit extra cheeky. If I'm them, I'm going to play Sage in the middle and get what they think is bigger than I can get, but they're wrong. I am going to be able to get this big in the middle. And they're not going to be able to compete. Now, that said, I'm only going to have 7 on the right, but if they are able to beat me on the right above 7 and win the other 2 lanes, more power to them. Wait, shit. Wait, what? What do you mean copycat? Oh, no, I want to get as big... Oh, I guess that would have been the same power. You're right, that is a misplay. But I don't think ultimately there is an actual permutation where I lose there. That would have been more power. You guys are completely right. There's no ambiguity there. That said, I didn't even really consider it because there is no permutation of cards that results in a win for them that they would have mana for that would beat 7 on the right and win one of the other 2 lanes with those numbers. Possibly some kind of Shang-Chi thing. But you guys are right. To be clear, you're right, but that's why I was not even really thinking beyond it. Oh, it is. Well, no, I mean, it's Hearthstone, they could have any cards, but I'm like, literally, I had 20... I can't quite see it now. I had 27 in the left, and prior to that, they had a lot less than that. And whatever I ended up with in the middle was 1 billion. And the thing is, they were so likely... turns out they didn't. They were so likely to play that giant Sage middle, and I... that would actually be an interesting thought experiment. Perhaps I will go back to the VOD at a snapshot of what the board state there and think about what cards exist in the game, plus their 8-power Sage, that could beat that board state. It would have to include Shang-Chi, which is a likely card. But it would maybe not even get there. Oh, what is... Unable to communicate. Did I just lose? I don't know if you guys saw that. I tried to queue up, and it said no. Actually, hang on. Let me clear out my alliance stuff. Gorsaxon, you're slacking. You don't have a trillion points at this point in the season. This is so funny that you have almost double what I had, and I had so many. Yeah, I'm over the 4,000, but I want to drag us this far here. I want to get this final reward more. We should be getting it every time. It's just a bunch of slackers. We have a bunch of crap missions. I maybe want to grab the move one because you just kind of organically fill that up over time. Plus, it can maybe drop it. I am going to do that, and I was going to say, and hope that it was replaced with a good one that I could put in the 3rd spot. It was not. Oh well. All right, back into Conquest, hoping that the matchmaking works. We'll see. Gladiator could beat 7 right. That is true. That is true. Gladiator into a whiff there. That is the thing. So that's a start. Hello, Matt Boy, TTV. Oh, wait, were you just... your name in chat is very similar to the name of the player that I just played. So, are you him? And if not, that's a hell of a coincidence. And either case, welcome. Welcome to my stream. It's so good to have you guys. So good to have you, Matt, and everyone else for hanging out. FC, it's good to see you again. I should pause and appreciate. I want to say I appreciate all you guys hanging out. I do this small time, and so any engagement, any viewership is very nourishing for me. I really enjoy it. No, yeah, I mean, my memory is that of a goldfish, but I believe it both had the words Matt and the words TV in the title. Am I correct? Mike is the same name. Was it Mike TTV? Am I taking crazy pills? That's still pretty close, one must say, if the previous opponent was Mike TTV, or Mike TV, and you're Matt Boy TTV. Anyway, it's good to have you guys here. While we're here, because we have some new faces and some familiar faces. Where are you guys from? I would like to know where you lay your head at night in real life. I do not need your specific address, but I would like to know what part of town you're in. Good night, Nate. Coming back to the game after a year. What is Alliance? Should I join one? I don't have any friends playing the game. Alliance is... I'm actually going to quit out of here, assuming that I don't. Good. I'll pause there. I'm going to answer your question. I'm going back into Conquest because a thing that happens is the game will... If you cancel out of queuing into Conquest, and the timing is just wrong, it'll actually put you into a game and, like, not tell you. And so you will know if you go back to look at matchmaking and it says reconnect the game. So this is me just verifying that I haven't actually been placed in a game. All right. I want to talk about your guys' locations in a moment, but I'm going to ask the Alliances thing here. The short answer, and I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm going to call you Digord Barros, and that is horribly wrong, but I'm talking to you when I say that. It's like a clan, and it's free. You absolutely should join an alliance, and you don't even need friends. I happen to be in one with, Binks people, but you, all over the internet, if you go to the Marvel Snap subreddit or the Marvel Snap Discord, there are people that will be very hungry for new alliance members. You join this guild, it's up to 30 people, and you accumulate these basically experience points week over week, which give you really free rewards. There's no reason not to join an alliance. It's just free rewards. Try and join an active one. You don't need to know the people. It's just easy to do. Now we'll get back into the games. Now, as I see you guys, thank you for sharing. Yeah, you don't need friends. You don't want friends. And this is not coming from a place of spite because they can't make friends. How dare you even say such a thing? So I am from the Pacific Northwest. First of all, thank you guys for saying. I want to hear more about all your guys' place. But specifically, I see that Coromum and Epsi from the Pacific Northwest also. I live in the Seattle area. In fact, I live in Burien, Washington. Perhaps you've heard of it. Corum, do you know Burien? Where in Seattle are you? And Epsi, I used to live in Portland. I used to live in Northeast and Southeast, kind of close in. What part of town or what part of Oregon do you hail from? Oh, Vash, you're also Oregon. Vash, where in Oregon are you from? So Georgetown, pretty close. That's funny. So Coromum and I are effectively neighbors. Vash is a crunchy hippie who either attends the University of Oregon, or makes meth in your trailer, or makes art which you sell at farmers markets. Are any of these three things true? That is the stereotypical stuff with Georgetown. Lived in Monroe. Now you're in Medford. Yeah, Medford is down. That is not I would not have expected you to say Medford. I am familiar with Medford. And am surprised to hear you say that. Software engineer. Okay, so you live in Eugene because you are from Eugene. And I'm not saying that Eugene sucks or anything. It has tons of personality, but those are the type of people that live there. So... I honestly don't even need to pop Vormir because I could just keep moving stuff over from Spider Island, but I feel like I should pop it. I have, oddly enough, a ton of discard synergy in my hand, but no way to actually discard these cards. So we're just going to do... We're going to do this. Yeah, no, I kind of enjoy a mature hippie, a mature crunchy hippie that has kind of figured out how to live in the world. Yeah, meth is not, it's not a great scene. It's getting a little bit worse everywhere, is my understanding. Oh, we can do this. Start paying attention to the game here. Dare I snap? I don't think I want to snap here, because discard can do tons of, like, if they have Dracula and MODOK, you just kind of lose. But I'm in a pretty good spot because I can guarantee Proxima over there. I'm genuinely tickled that so many of you from the Pacific Northwest. Koromon is one of, like, talk to Georgetown, talking about Georgetown talk. There's a hot dog joint in Georgetown that I make the pilgrimage for, because not because it's incredibly great, although I think it's pretty good, but rather there's not a ton of hot dogs, not a ton of good hot dogs around here, and I don't love hot dogs, but when you can't get them, kind of want them. So my plan here is to fill up here in the mid. Yes, exactly. They don't take online ordering, which is criminal, but yeah, they're still pretty tasty. I like their fries. And the plot into Alioth on the left to disable whatever's going on. Yeah, there's the Dracula. Well, now I maybe don't even need to. Vash, I have a comment for you here. So what I can do, I feel like I just want to throw right, even though I could maybe get big, but I have the ability to, I guess, Alioth whatever they play here, and then Ghost Spider it over. I don't think they can add 17 power in the mid. That's the last card. Okay, I'm snapping. And I'm going to do this. And I'm going to put a black... Well, is that right? Is that just... I'm going to deactivate that. I don't want to put an extra card in their hand and then somehow Morbius comes down and beats me by 1 card. Yeah, double snap! I think that I got him here. It seems unlikely that they could get 17 power mid. But if they do, more power to them. And we'll call it good. If I had a fart button like Binks does, I would play it. But I feel like I'm probably good here. Nope. Get out of here. Oh, I did not want them to go mid. Yeah, okay. And then if they have a Proxima, it's going left. So I'm not worried about Proxima. Although, well, hang on. Oh no, I think I lose tiebreaker, folks. I lose tiebreaker because the blade went mid. Shoot! Well, that's fine. I could have won that, maybe? If I had done... Let's think about this. If I had Death Striked... Death Strike right wins. Right lane. By 1. Assuming that blade doesn't go over there. But then I lose... Then mid is a tie. I guess that would have won a tiebreaker. I guess I would have won the... So this results-oriented thinking. That's a very, very specific things that a card ended up going mid because it's just a very unlikely thing to have happen. But as you say, Garsax and discard doing discard stuff. So the hot dog place. It's not. The thing is, it's not a dump. It's not a dive. And of course, if it was a dump, if it was a dive, like that's the kind of place. It's very, very silly to be like, why don't you do online ordering? You know, place that has cockroaches running up the walls, but it's the most delicious food you've ever heard. This is a quote-unquote normal place that just happens to have really good food. And it's very weird in the year of our Lord 2025 that they do not have online ordering. One thing with just kind of Arisham shenanigans that some people just put on your radar is you have the ability to put Legion down on turn 4. I'll snap here. This is which allows you to turn everything into Clintar in a way that can disrupt a lot of things. Now that said, that actually hurts me a lot more than it would hurt him usually in this situation. So I'm not going to do that, but you can do that. It's something to think about. It is yeah, I would agree with that. It has a little bit of older charm, but not in a way that would be lessened by the addition of online ordering. Anyway, I'm just bitter about it because it is a bit of a drive. I have to go, 18-minute drive from home to get there. And by the time I get there, then I have to place an order and wait for the hot dogs to happen, and it's a whole thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and Red Guardian here. You lose out on the Galactic value, but very much want to turn off the Dracula. And yeah, I do treasure the hot dog place. I don't mean to besmirch it or belittle it. It's good. I go there happily. My actually favorite hot dog place in the region is in downtown Tacoma. And I like Tacoma quite a bit, but it is a bit of a hike. Alright, don't hit Doom 2099. One time. Great. That's one of the better hits. We are very happy to have that happen. A good evening, Cybates. Good to see you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you again to everyone for hanging out. Alright, we have some options here. The most known power here is Legion. The most fun is Jubilee. And the question becomes, do I want to play my card left or do I want to play my card right? It's probably going to be one of those places. Or even, technically, I guess there is an argument to do mid. If they have a MODOK, their mid is going to get huge, and maybe I want to contest there. I think for them, the most likely play, if they have it, is to play MODOK in the right lane. Which, this loses barely to, but then I definitely lose in the middle lane. So, do I do this and then hope that I get a bot to go on the right? Do I do this and hope to get a big card? I think we're going to do this for, the memes, as it were. And if they play MODOK on the right and I lose, whatever. We're... Oh, wait, hang on. It's actually... I'm walking back a step. I forgot about the Galactic buff. This will beat that. Unless they also have... Proxima? Boy, this is hard to play around all this stuff. No, we're going to do Jubilee because it's fun. We're doing Jubilee because it's fun. And I'm guessing that this is going to be Scorn and MODOK, and I'm going to lose mightily because I pulled a tiny card. Oh. Not Scorn MODOK. Blade MODOK? Will they have... I think I might just be cooked here. I would need... How big is the bot going to get? Bot's only got to be 4 power on the right, and their strong guy is going to be massive. Will the Legion left make the Sakars drop more cards? I believe it will. And I guess there's an argument to do that too. Because likely... I would have space. But that said, in this particular situation, I turned off... the Dracula, which meant that their Apocalypse power was not going to appear unless they played it, and they were never going to play it. So, if I played Legion on Sakar, a very possible outcome would be that a giant Apocalypse comes down in one of the mid or right lanes, and I lose immediately. Oh, I thought it does. You know what? I speak not from direct, I know this for a rock solid fact, but I believe that I have seen and experienced even, triple Sakar. Now, it's possible that the triple Sakar happened on the same turn, but I have absolutely seen Sakaar. So whether Legion would work there, I speak with making an assumption. And, you know, you say you believe in it, kind of, I am the same level of confident. I believe that the answer is yes. But now that you mention it, I guess I cannot place a specific, yes, I've played Legion there, and I can say with certainty that this interacts in this way. I'll say this, if nothing else, it is written like it would behave like that. So, for example, and Vash touched on this, what it does not say is a specific turn number. So, for example, that location, I forget it, that after turn 5, a card appears. If you activate that on turn 6, that won't trigger. If you activate it on turn 1, those will not trigger until the actual written number. Excuse me, on the whatever location is. Boy, this is not have the best. I would say, well, these games have been fun, but not the most successful games. I've been running into discard lists that get it all, and that Arish Amir that had Cassandra Nova. Or did I actually beat that opponent? No, I think I got unlucky in the last turn and would have beat the opponent. Whatever. The results-oriented thing hasn't been very good, but also the matchmaking has been a bit of a nightmare. Or I should say the luck in the matchmaking has been a bit of a nightmare. Anyway, we're having fun. That's what matters. I would like to provide undefeated content for you guys in a way that I could do on the big stream whenever we're playing Infinity. The other thing, and I don't know if this is still true, or even if it was ever true. This is all kind of third-hand information. But if you did not know, the generally accepted matchmaking axiom for Conquest is as follows. Infinity Conquest has no matchmaking algorithm at all, other than matching against an opponent in the same tier. So if you're playing Infinity Round 1, you can be matched against literally anyone in the game who's also playing Infinity Round 1, but it will always be the same match, but no regards to collection level, no regards to skill level. So none for Infinity Conquest, and then I believe there's a little for Gold Conquest, more than nothing, but less than Silver. I don't know how Proving Grounds work, but Silver, which is what we're doing right now, I believe has the strictest matchmaking. And so on one level you'd think, oh, it'd be like, this is the easiest. But because my collection level is over 20k at this point, and my rank, like in, I don't know numerically on the back end, but I'm on the normal mode ladder, I'm like 300 or something. So you only get matched against murderers, I guess is the point. Or I only get matched against murderers in Silver. So Infinity's a fun crapshoot, but this is more sweaty in a fun way. And Corum, screw you. Cybate, if I recall Sakaar the right. Yeah, I'm going to walk all this back. I don't want to think about multiple Sakaars ever again. Who knows how it works? It works different every time. It depends on the position of the moon as it relates to the rising Capricorn, as it relates to the monster that lives at the center of the Earth. Who can predict? For Vash and the Luke Sim, yeah, the Infinity Conquest is hilarious. So what I tell in friends that I know in real life that play Snap, and all the way up through people that want to get better at Conquest. Which, by the way, this is what the stream is. I mean, we want to hang out, and I want to talk about cool stuff, but I talk about all my plays so that we can impart the Conquest wisdom and make all of the viewers not just entertained, but better Conquest players. So whenever I'm asked, like, oh, how do I win Infinity Conquest? It's a matter of time. It's a matter of what is the law of large numbers. Binks and I are 20-0. Is it because we're good? Oh, yes, we're good. But also, we get lucky, broadly, some instances notwithstanding, of playing matches that we're either favored in or draw lucky, and it hasn't happened too much on Binks' stream. You get matched against players with incredibly low collection levels. So if you are struggling with Infinity Conquest, please know that everybody struggles with Infinity Conquest. I struggle with Infinity Conquest. Big struggles with Infinity Conquest. Revis struggles with Infinity Conquest. We all do. You simply have to be matched against favorable opponents and matchups, including folks that have a collection level of basically nothing. And it will happen. If you play enough, over enough period of time, you will get 5 consecutive games of this is going well for me. And that's all you need. It just will happen. It might not happen the first, second, or 100th time, but it will happen. Yeah, Vash, it's absolutely. It's maybe what I was saying in better words. Well, Saber too. But my opponent running a Wiccan deck. Absolutely nobody runs Quicksilver and not a Wiccan deck. They have not snapped. I don't know what that means yet. If that means that they are what was the word I'm saying? They are the type to not snap on having Wiccan, or they just simply do not have Wiccan. So I have a couple options here. I could Red Guardian this right away. I kind of like getting the Galacta engine going. So I think we're going to do that. Question is, do I want to actually do this in reverse? I think I maybe do. I don't know if ultimately this matters too terribly much. We're doing this. And then, I will be turning off their Rocket and Groot. Well, now I was going to say, and they're playing something, so maybe not. There was an argument to getting Red Guardian down now to target the Rocket and Groot for the Red Guardian I was about to play, but that even then would miss. So how do I want to do this? I guess probably... I very much like a bit of screw you here. This is a hell of a commitment, and I'll feel very... I mean, it will look... Excuse me. It will look very stupid if this Red Guardian hits the Iron Patriot and then the Groot gets huge. But what they're going to play is... Actually, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're doing this. And do I snap? I think I do. I'm snapping here, and even if I miss the Rocket and Groot, I just have a lot of power coming down and like a lot of options for power next turn. Live in perpetual fear of Atlantis Galacta being hanged. What? Atlantis Galacta being shanged. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that feels bad when that happens. I wasn't even thinking about Atlantis so much as predicting what their play would be and ultimately what would be more value. And I don't know if it ultimately mattered. Yeah, and Vash, to your point, I have not been streaming that long. People like Binks make it look easy. It is really hard to do this, be good, and engage at the same time. I am disproportionately good at it quickly because of my experience being a business owner slash kind of visible face of the company and running it in a way that demanded that I command attention. And the flip side of that is I often talk too... Like, I have to take control of the conversation often in business settings. Because that moves the meeting forward. That, people are afraid to do so. But when I do that in a stream, it becomes obnoxious. And so I have to kind of rein myself in to not talk over Binks, to not... we'll talk over everybody in real life, but that is the natural thing that happens in a way that is not good. I don't like when that happens. So here, this is actually a bit of a sticky wicket. Lady Deathstrike on the left adds a ton of power. 3, 4, 14. But when you Lady Deathstrike mid, you kill Rocket and Groot. So what are they snapping on? Is it that they drew Wiccan? I guess guy never has anything important to say. But no, the thing is, Binks is fun. Like you're absolutely right. Your joke, very good. I will happily make the same joke on him. Well, like he is entertaining. He's a pro. He is better at this than I am. And so what I don't want to do is talk over him and just make the thing worse. You know. Even if he is here, I think he would appreciate it. So I'm going to stay in because it's fun. But there's an argument to leave because here comes Wiccan. a White Tiger here. If it goes mid or right, great, and it'll reduce the cost of Mockingbird by 2. If I could get Galacta and another card down this turn, I would. I can't. We'll see how it goes. I have no idea what your wow, that's a lot of cards. I have no idea what Wiccan is running these days. What other cards Wiccan is running. So I am reluctant to snap because I just don't know what's happening. Would very much like Danger Room to kill one of his things. Come on, one time. What's happening? So I have priority. And what I can and probably will do is a 5-drop and this 2-drop. The question is... Oh, Luke, we're going to talk about it. The most obvious to me play is to play Mockingbird probably here, and then Legion on the right to hopefully murder everything that they play. And in fact, that's probably what I'm going to do. But just to talk it through, the other lines of play include Galacta into a bigger Mockingbird, or maximum Spider-Woman, and it does not make sense because they have Luke Cage. So yes, we are absolutely going to do this. There's an argument to snapping back. But he's got a ton of mana, and I guess 2 of the 4 cards in his hand are arrows. Do we go for it? No, I am not going to snap back. Let's rein ourselves in, but we are going to be Legion Rainers right now. Oh, they retreated! Wow! Okay, cool. Cool beans. I'll say this. Over time, people talk at length about how Danger Room is actually more than 25%, and... I don't know if people have done a deep dive, and there's all sorts of confirmation bias things. I will say that over time, my own... well, hello, World Ship. I think that benefits me more than it benefits him. But my hand is not great. What we're going to do is snap, and then probably he wants to leave, because Wiccan has, quick... Oh, he snaps back! Oh, okay, we're playing for it, folks. I don't know what I want to play or how I want to play it, but sure. I guess maybe that means Rocket and Groot. That if Rocket and Groot is pretty strong here. Anyway, what I was gonna say is shoot. Words. Let me draw good here. Well, this is not great because I think Rocket and Groot is coming down now. And I've got I can play a card now, or I can play cards on 4, 5, 6. The question is Iron Patriot a good enough play now to dodge a single Groot hit? I guess this is kind of like a 2-5. I think I'm going to play this Iron Patriot now. There's absolutely an argument to not doing this, but I think ultimately getting it down before the Rocket and Groot, which is assuming, I assume why he snapped back, is what I want to do. Now, that said, with Danger Room, I think that my own personal experience with... yeah, there's the Rocket Groot. He can see the future, folks. My own personal experience with Danger Room is I have had more cards die than 25%. Like, I have had, as many would claim, more than my fair share of cards dying. But that said, I can think of a couple instances where I have gotten... Like, I've won 4 or 8 cubes because my opponent surgically lost one of their cards. So... I don't get too mad at Danger Room. Do I want to Mockingbird now? Am I worried? Like, I am not going to Mockingbird now. For fear of them doing some kind of, well, you know what? I'm not going to Mockingbird now. Gwenpool is a logical, like, I can get strong in one lane kind of situation. Yeah, I think we're just Mockingbird Goliath gamers. And by the way, there's no rule that you have to leave the game for... Oh, I was like, does that help? But no, that's just only at 7 power. There's no rule that says, oh crap, they got priority. That is a bummer. So the question is, does their deck have the ability to add... I'm adding... 10 power, which is to say 9 from the Goliath, 2 from the Angela. Oh, it's just Angela's 1 now, so I'm only adding 9 power, 8 power because Rocket and Groot is sucking one of those. So the question now is 8 power more than they got? multiple Gwenpool hits, and none of them came down with this Galacta. I think I have to leave here. Yeah, I think it's a bit of copium. It's quite possible, you know, it's quite possible that I might win. But I think it's quite likely, because he also has a ton of cards. The thing is, their deck is not very big. Like, their cards are comparatively small. Certainly Wiccan does it. Wiccan with any buff. Or actually, a Naked Wiccan doesn't do it. It would need a buff, but Wiccan, and I don't know what the other two cards are. Probably Magneto and Alioth. I don't know what the other two cards are. In Ogor, yeah. You got kind of unlucky there. Well, that said, if I had priority, I probably would have just... Oh, there's their Alioth. I probably would have just played Alioth and let Jesus take the wheel. That said, happy to get out. I don't hate my snap in turn 1 because theirs is not a deck that has a terrible amount of fun time playing for 1 lane. It is what it is. I am notably not doing Ant Maze because I want to get maximum dagger value. What is that? Oh, that's right. It's Alioth. Maximum dagger value. Copycat is Alioth, correct. And we have no way to turn off Limbo just yet. Ooh, well, critically, Lady Deathstrike could do some real interesting things winning Mojo World, surprisingly. So I'm going to play this. I'm almost certainly never going to Lady Deathstrike in the right lane. I don't want to dagger it for a bit. I'm going to stay. We're playing for 1 extra cube. That's fine. So we're going to do this. Now, notably, just FYI for planning purposes, Ant Maze is the lane that requires winning here. Oh, hello, Doom 2099. Welcome to the party. I think we still do not... If they don't win left, Iron Patriot doesn't get the discount. I bet you they do. I mean, it's got the stars, the graphical effect there. I don't think my opponent's bad. They have the $100 Doom bundle. Just what I'm thinking about is, do I even want to worry about dagger? I think I probably do. Or do this, rather. Now, what I would love to have happen is to basically lock up Mojo World with a surprise Deathstrike that they're not going to see coming. But that's going to be a very specific set of circumstances, and is maybe not going to happen. So we're just playing this kind of straightforward so far, anyway. Right now, Lady Deathstrike does not win us middle outright, because... and actually... Couple of thoughts here. Copycat isn't great because I don't have priority. Lady Deathstrike isn't great because it certainly is terrible in the left and right, well, sort of right lane, but certainly terrible in the left lane. And then the other cards are not really adding any meaningful power. That said, if I Deathstrike middle... And, like, I could Deathstrike left next turn if the bot doesn't go there, but that's probably a pretty thing. I think I Deathstrike middle and hope that I take priority for Copycat to win the day with whatever Alioth shenanigans we're going to do. I guess the thing that we don't want to see is a buffed Groot come down in the middle. Well, I think this is the most correct play. I don't love my position, but I think this is the most correct play. A buffed Groot, as was foretold in the prophecies. Now I'm in a bit of a tight spot here. I guess we're only playing for 2 cubes. In my head, we're playing for much more than 2 cubes. So, and I didn't even grab priority. That is a bit of a bummer. Let's see. If I do this, I turn off their blue marble. And never win mid. And I could play cards mid to get full Mojo World, but like these are too big. I don't know if actually the path to victory for me feels like it would have to be this. But then I can't get big enough left. I think that left and mid are a bit too far to comfortably have any kind of path to get to. So I think I have to leave here. Just kind of navigating through. Like, let's say I do this. This is kind of the most front-loaded power, excuse me. And, yeah, Groot gets a little bit bigger, and if they play anything, and this is just not even enough. So, yeah, I think we're just leaving. Unfortunate, a little unlucky.
Escaped.
The, weakness of my hand after doing 2099 is kind of what checkmated us there. Well, this is a funny, and my opponent who's not running Arisham, I am gifted the most juicy of anti-Arisham techs. I don't know if Loki is I think maybe worth it here. I don't know. Obviously their deck wants to spend all their mana, which I am already cooked on. However, I automatically get, like, they have good cards, so I think I'm going to stay in here, and the reason is not because I'm particularly strong, and the reason is not because I think Loki is particularly strong, but if I leave here, I'm down 2-7, and I just don't want to play back from that, so I want to just risk it a little bit more, and try and get lucky here, because I'm not in the world's best position. I need to get lucky in order to win this match. That's fine. We just need to get lucky. So, they're going to play Wiccan. For sure. I guess we maybe do this. I'd love to grab priority because it kind of matters the Groot of it all. Oh, Gwenpool. No, I assumed the Wiccan. Groot is meaningful, and I would very much like to not hit or feed Groot every single turn. It's actually not the worst thing because you just get an extra cheap Mockingbird. All right, Galacta, I think probably here. And we can start cooking up here. I don't know what their last card is. I'm guessing it's Magneto. Magneto is a likely candidate for their last card. Oh, they just drew the Wiccan. We know this because Cassandra ate it. We have to, they're within 3 points of us, and they have 2 spots, and we just have the 1 spot. So I was kind of hoping to spread things around, but I feel like I maybe have to save the Darkhawk for the left lane. Whew, we'll see. Do I also want to play the Pim Arrow? There's many... Yeah, I think I kind of have to play the Pim Arrow. And then this gives me a little flexibility whether I want to play my big Darkhawk left, mid, or right next turn. I'm not in the best position. They have a ton of mana, but frankly, I'm not in the worst position either. I have given myself options to get big in all the other areas. It's really cool that their Groot didn't get all those hits that I had priority. And frankly, like what? Like they did. Like they're behind in all 3 lanes. Where's your extra mana now, buddy? So I like Grooting here because they're gonna have to play definitely play at least 1 card there, if not play 2 cards there. And then Probably this. Ship it. Ship it in either way. That's my play. See if you can beat it if you can. Also, you guys, I don't know if Vash, you're the one that keeps doing this repeatedly, or just more. You're saying IP, and oh, Lady Deathstrike going to town on some arrows. Yeah, you are right about that. No, Groot did nothing. But I think I still... Do I beat Magneto over there? I beat Magneto, unless it's a buffed Magneto. Is it a buffed Magneto? Nah, we're good. That's your snap, buddy? No, I'm very happy that I stayed and was able to... Now I'm even ahead. But yeah, so when I see IP, I just don't connect it with Iron Patriot. So it's not wrong, but like, it's taking some mental muscle to be like, oh yes, IP, I know what that is. Because, frankly, I don't. Doesn't... I'm not as young as I used to be. Okay, so now... I think I stay. It's not, I don't have the best hand, but I don't want to... If I leave right now, I have to beat him twice. And if I stay and lose, I have to beat him twice. So, it's the same. Well, hello, White Widow on Wakanda. AKA, sorry, Iron Patriot into White Widow on Wakanda. Oh, and destroy? Yeah, this guy's cooked. This guy needs to get lucky. I got pretty lucky with what's happening right now. And I'm actually going to play Silk in the middle. I don't actually want it to end up in the middle. I don't have priority. I want to move it to Danger Room. Well, or do I? Because next turn I will have a cheap destroyer. I think maybe I actually hold Silk. Because I'm going to want to play destroyer next turn. Because I'm going to win this lane right now. I am 38. Yes, Gar Saxon, I am in my 40s. So, I'm right there with you with your pain. Alright, yeah, this is not fair. Not fair to my opponent. Just absolutely going nuts. I guess I like this. Yeah, LDS, I completely make Lady Deathstrike. That said, it should be Latter-day Saints. I don't know. I don't know why my brain is cool with Lady Deathstrike, but I don't know. My who knows how my boomer brain works. Reggie Lamar, Witchers, thank you so much. I'm really glad to have you. I don't normally stream at this time, but I thought, yes, people probably saw the big thing, and I want to get, I want to show my face before, because I don't stream, like, every day. I wanted to do it shortly after, what's the word I'm looking for? After the stream to, be visible. Now, I don't, there's an argument to just abandoning Danger Room. Or maybe a little something like that. Maybe, honestly, this is the right move, and, like, not leaving things up to fate. Or, like, I could also, get Warpath down and, like, actually not contest these lanes in a hilarious way. But I think I want to do this. Yes, it is true. It's not your age. It is, like, the relativeness around the people that you hang around with, for sure. Oh, unfortunately, they have Luke Cage in their deck, so maybe I just don't win Jotunheim here. I think, honestly, it might just be Hulk Prophet. I don't think that there is a way that they get big enough left. If they have Shang-Chi, if the remaining card that they have not shown me is Shang-Chi, and they play it on the left, I think I was going to lose anyway, so we're just going to play Hulk middle. Call it good. Am I missing a line here? Oh, they're out of here. Yeah! It's funny, it's just silver, but, like, that was sweaty. I got behind, Oh, man. Whew. Oh, yeah. It's funny, the Orisham hate. I have always been on the Orisham camp. Not like philosophically. I'm not getting into debates. I just play Orisham so much that I'm not often in the position where I'm playing a non-Orisham deck against an Orisham deck to build that hatred that a lot of people have. And you mean Alliance for the last card. Yes, it could be. But regardless, your point also works for Orisham of like, it's Orisham, you're fine, you're gonna win with your random bullshit. With your Iron Patriot and a discounted Destroyer and a White Widow, man, the Wakanda made sure it didn't get destroyed. It's also gonna work. Yes, it turns out that our tribe here is our elder gamers in the Pacific Northwest. I knew that was my brand. I didn't know that would also be the brand of people that hung out. So it's pretty fun. Good stuff. Oh, we got boosters in Iron Patriot. I would very much like 4 more. And then I've been using the free store. It's funny, that was Silver 1. That was the sweatiest match of my life. I play so much Conquest that I have so many medals at the end of every Conquest season that I have boosters upon boosters upon boosters for every card in my collection. And as a result of that, in my shop, the section where randomly picks cards that you do not have enough boosters for to upgrade and give you the free boosters, I only have 1 card. It's like I can upgrade every other card in my collection, so whenever I get a new card and want upgraded, I can just do it every 8 hours. Yeah, this is funny. I appreciate you guys all hanging out. We can talk about, what kind of creams we use to moisturize and painkillers for our aching bones after a hike and all the other things that happens in the Pacific Northwest. This is a personal quirk. I don't know if you guys are like this. It's such a small thing. The missions after 7 p.m. at 7 p.m. Pacific, we'll call them the evening missions, I leave completed until the morning reset. And the reason I do it is such a thin thing, where if the next, I know what you call these missions, the next chapter mission is complete X amount of other missions or complete X hard missions, I have a leg up because I instantly complete 4 missions on the turnover. But I play every day anyway, so it doesn't actually save me any time, but I just do it anyway. Music from the early 90s. Yeah, I was in where? Hey, oh, so my God, Kurama. This is such a weird coincidence. I don't often go to Matt's Hot Dogs in Georgetown, where you are from. But you bring up music from the early 90s. I was there probably a week ago, and they were playing Collective Soul. And I was in there, and like the girl working there, she was probably 19 years old. And I remember thinking, 1, this song rocks. 2, I'm old. And 3, why is this 19-year-old playing Collective Soul? Anyway, that's a funny thing. That I guess Collective, in that case, it was maybe more mid-90s. Separately, sorry to keep changing the topic on you guys. This is maybe unique to me. Sorry, maybe unique to people of our generation. And I'm looping you guys all in my generation. Even if you're younger, you are honorary in my generation, as we call them the Oregon Trail generation. I'll get to that in a minute. In a very distinct, obvious way, one of the coolest things about the 90s is that it really felt like 3 distinct decades. Early 90s had a different vibe than the mid 90s, which had a different vibe than the late 90s. From fashion to music to everything pop culture and technology, these were distinct periods. And when I say early 90s, you know. When I say mid 90s, you know. When I say late 90s, you know. Now, it is possible that other decades have their own distinctions, and if somebody younger is like, yeah, idiot, the 2000s were like that or the 2010s were like that, I'll believe them. But dare I say that the 90s had the most distinct, like, segments that made it feel like we got 3 decades for the price of 1. Yeah, to me, it felt like the 2000s were largely the same, and this is probably a function of us getting older, but the 2010s felt pretty samey. But yeah, I often count myself lucky. I really appreciate the age, not necessarily getting old, but I like when I was born. I would not have wanted to have been born much earlier, and I would not have wanted to be born much later. I consider myself getting lucky. So, for me, I am in my early 40s. I'm technically a millennial, but I am about on the cutoff. I am one of the oldest millennials still in that category. And I do not really identify with over half of millennial stuff. Conversely, I'm really close to Gen X. Not Gen X, but really close to Gen X. And I really do identify with a lot of Gen X stuff, but not, I would say 50%. 50% of Gen X stuff is like too old for me. I didn't watch TV in the late 70s kind of thing. So, to wit, that we're talking about the 90s having a distinct flavor. The unique to the cutoff, right where I was born, and I think some of you were born as well, there's a mini generation, a micro generation that I identify 100% with. And that category is called, it used to be called Xennial, but that's confusing now because of the homophone of it all. Xenniel, or the name that hasn't quite stuck, but I use in conversation, the Oregon Trail generation. Called such because that's what we played in middle school whenever we got our first access to computers at that time, unique to our generation. So people in the Oregon Trail generation, the definitions differ, but it's people born between the years of 1977 and 1983. And you'll hear people extend that to 1975 to 1985. But I am in that window, and I identify with exactly that window. All the millennial stuff that came after, I have no idea. All that Generation X stuff that came before, I have no idea. But that generation is what I will go to my grave identifying with. Middle school, how younger? Well, here's the thing. I am. Well, what am I? I'm about to turn 42. So yes, I am in my early 40s. But again, part of that. This mini generation is we didn't all get things at the same time. People got computers, maybe rich people got computers a couple years before the poor people. And some people, like depending how rural or urban you were, you got access to these things at wildly different times. But I think for the most part, most of us in this cohort all had the same kind of busted ass, new, but all somehow immediately busted computers in middle school. I don't know, it was a universal thing. Saw Collective Soul live in high school years. Sadly, that is not sad, or ma'am, I don't know. Sorry, not whatever your pronouns are. I celebrate that. I think that, as I say, younger is not automatically better. Old isn't necessarily better either. But I really, really like our generation. Discard again. Everybody's discard, man. So there's an argument to. Not playing in Stark Tower because I don't have a great next turn play, and if I really want to win it, but I am going to play here just to start building up points there. Not rich, but I think people in Oregon were curious to play Oregon Trail as early as possible. That's so funny. Yeah, that probably has a distorted thing. Okay, well, this is cool. We're definitely going to win. There's no way they're going to get bigger than us there. What is there? What did that? They just running? Hang on, it's a discard. That's a main deck Coulson, and they're not. I'm so confused. I'm pretty confused. All right, I'm gonna put Man Thing there. I think we're maybe Tribunal gamers here. We'll see. I can, well, no, I was going to say, I can mistake that. I can't mistake that. I have to banish that from my head, because Mystique is never going to, Mystique would trigger first. But even if I would play Mystique there, that probably would be a mistake, because I was just reading the she would affect herself. I was reading to see if it was other 1, 2, or 3 cost cards, but it's all 1, 2, or 3 cost cards. All right, we're going to do Dr. Doom. We snapping? I don't know. This is a weird spot. There's an argument to snap here. I have no idea what my opponent's doing. The discard Iron Patriot list making runs. This is my problem, by the way, Luke Sim. I am not that tuned in to the meta. I should be paying attention to what's being discarded right now. When you're Arisham gaming, you just let Jesus take the wheel a lot of the time, and you're strong in some metas and you're weak in others. I have not been playing the... I got... Lady Sif, it doesn't matter. I got Infinite pretty quickly in the rank thing, and I really don't remember the decks that I saw, so who knows? I don't know what the meta is right now. So they discard... Yeah, they got Deathstrike in there and Moon Knight. This is an atypical list. So with Tribunal, not actually getting that big. I'm shrinking his left pretty good there. And I can add this amount of power. I think we maybe just do this. I probably lose here, but I'm not going to lead for 1 cube, and we just add all the power and call it good. Good luck.
Such is my judgment.
I think we win. I think
Apocalypse.
Yes! Yes, what a weird game. This is the weirdest game I've played in some time. I have no idea. Like, what is... It's a Coulson Modoc? Luke Sim, explain... Yeah, you said discard Iron Patriot with Iron Lad was his Coulson card. Yeah, Somebody tell me what this deck is. I have no idea. Is there a Devil Dinosaur? The adding cards and discarding cards makes no sense to me. My wife's from Texas, moved to Oregon in 2015, always insisted we were stuck in the 90s. Yeah, we were all, I think everyone of all ages is nostalgic for a certain time, but boy, the 90s were great, weren't they? Weren't the 90s great? People of a certain age in the chat. I think we can all get behind that. You know, there were people look with rose-colored glasses, I think about a lot in high school and middle school, for example. I had a fairly miserable middle school experience, and high school got better, but it wasn't good for a long time. And I'm not going to forget that. I remember how bad some of that stuff was. But the 90s broadly as a decade, A+, big fan. I never quite know the right lane to play Galacta. I guess maybe this. The thing is, if I play left, I'm going to grow cards in the not Muir Island lane. But Galacta grows. If I play Galacta here, I'm going to grow the cards that I play in Muir Island. But I'm going to have to play something in Avengers Compound on turn 5. Maybe I'm going to play... Oh, yeah, Master Mode last game for sure. I was not thinking about that. I'm fairly narrow. I am not at the level of Marvel Snap and streaming play where I can make completely perfect decisions every time and talk through my plays, as I like to do, as I'm doing right now, and the logic of what I'm doing and not doing, and the lines for future turns, and to be interesting, engaging in the chat, or with the chat, as I am, like, perhaps most important. These really don't matter here. And so you will find that I miss things, for sure. I'm not happy about it. I'm not proud about it, but it is what it is. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use Legion to turn off Muir Island, and then I won't have to worry about... missing out on all these sweet buffs. And they have filled themselves up. Scorn isn't going to make them any bigger, so I know exactly what I have to do, how big I have to get in right if I want to win. That's a bit of a tall order.
Cleared for takeoff.
I'm not going to get Galacta buffs.
Cleared for takeoff.
Typing on Steam Deck? Kurter, are you watching this on a Steam Deck? That's incredible. So, I have some big cards here. And what I'm thinking about right now is, do I want to try and get massive in 2 lanes? Or use Doom and figure it out next turn? Because these are different play lines. If I play Doom now, that might lock me out of some stuff. It might give me options that I wouldn't otherwise have. But it might close some doors that I might otherwise want. It's often they're not going to be able to use all their mana. But is that too much? I think maybe the right play is I'm always going to want a Red Hulk. And I think I do this. I think I'm gonna snap because, why not? Make him have it. Comfortably from bed. This is the thing. Yeah, I have a Steam Deck. I play. I'm traveling. Actually, tomorrow I'm going on a little mini vacation. You're not going to see me for about 3 days. Don't worry, I'm alive. I'm going on a little birthday trip. Okay, hang on. Dracula gone. Good to know. So their hand is completely empty. They're top decking now. And what this means is, and I don't know what the hell kind of cards they're going to draw. It's almost certain, well, yeah, unless they drew Apocalypse this turn, which could have happened. Red Hulk is growing. And there's no way that they're going to be able to beat Avengers Compound. So I guess the question is there a way to get bigger enough to win? I guess they're all, sorry. I'm looking at the left. They're all Avengers Compound. There's no way they're going to be able to win left. I don't think there's any path to be winning right. So just how do I add the most power mid? And I guess it's probably just Naked Goliath. That doesn't, what's the word? It's not triggering the effect of it. But it is just 9 power. The alternative would be the 8 power from Red Guardian, Iron Patriot. That doesn't do anything. I could risk a Cersei, but that's not a risk. They're just going to turn Red Hulk into... I think I just... He hasn't snapped back, but if he drew Apocalypse, we lose. And if he didn't, I think we win. I don't know. We'll see. Hell cow. Is that... We get there, right? Yes. Not even close! Easiest game of my life.
Victory.
Yeah, Franjab, you're right. That was the right play. I mean, this was a little bit more exciting because I won by 1 point. But you're absolutely right that was the safer play. To be clear, I would have... Yeah, Iron Patriot, Cersei. That's a hell of a thing. It's... Often when games like this, I haven't seen it with Marvel Snap, but you used to see it with Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering. There would be riddles. They would show you a crazy board state, and they'd be like, all right, it's the last turn, how do you win? And there would be almost no path to victory, but there was a narrow path to victory. And you would have to figure it out. It was the fun puzzles to figure out, oh, this triggers with this, it affects with this, and it was all very satisfying. I think you would be pretty good at that. You just came up with that all on your own. I really like it. We can try and get cheeky with... the cost reduction of Iron Patriot actually isn't that meaningful. Maybe I like this. We have a new follower. Let me Alt-Tab. I don't have a good setup to see this. Burrito Supreme, spelled some... like... brr. Welcome to the stream. You know what? Actually, we're not... I'm going to save Wolfsbane for Black Vortex. Excuse me. I want to contest Asgard right now. And I think this is the best way to do it. Well, I sure would have liked Cersei. I don't have a way to turn off the void, so Sentry is not that compelling. And maybe now that I think about it, I want to do a little something like this. And then I can Hulkbuster to do the Black Vortex stuff. Oh wait, it's not turn 4 yet. I don't need to get too saucy with it. I think we're going to do this. Is this right? There's a lot of lines. I would very much like this to not... I should have maybe played that first for Destroyer stuff. Nah, who cares? Alright, so they got Scorn out of there. Back into there. Blade, Scorn again. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And who else? Azathi2105. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys hanging out. This is so good to have everybody here. What is that going to be? Apocalypse? They don't have that. That's cool. I'm thinking about... turning off Black Vortex. I'm pretty far behind. Like, they're in a real good spot. They're going to win Asgard if I don't do anything, or really that lane is seemingly maybe gone. There's an argument I can maybe try and fill up right and then get some void value. I think we're just going to do this. Prevent them from getting any Asgard value. Draw all the one cost that I don't have and they don't have. Alright, so mid feels a little beyond reach. It seems rough. And you know, there is a path to next turn. I will have the ability to play Sentry. And I know they don't have Apocalypse. I think I snap here. I am going to snap here because they super overcommitted mid. And if they have a Dracula, great. They're not going to have an Apocalypse to make it big. I'm going to get in pretty huge in these lanes. I'm doing this. All right, Proxima, damn you. So they have critically, and I always forget this. I forget the Scorn exists. Scorn has is now a 1/9, 1/10. Scorn is so they have a 1 mana 10 cost card in their hand, and another card. And if I'm them, I probably play those in the same lane. I know that it's not Apocalypse. This is, like, the most power I can add. I think this has to be the play, or I leave. So if they do, it's a 10 power Scorn. The 10 power Scorn is so huge. Goliath is nothing. I do have priority, but Goliath, like, doesn't meaningfully do anything. I don't know what 3 cards of their deck are. And I have to kind of call this out. I kind of like leaving here. That might be too cowardly. So if I go to 26, where is he likely to play the Scorn in the right lane and the left lane? Maybe I stay here. I think I win enough times. Well, both left. I can't. I have to block the right lane to prevent void from happening. I'm going to do this. I probably am going to lose. However, I'm still far out. Shoot. What is? They're playing 1 card only? Oh, because it's going to discard the Scorn. Yeah, that cooks me. I anticipated them. If I was them, I would have gone bigger in the right lane. Maybe I kind of leveled myself in the poker terms. Because I only had 1 card to get bigger here. And or 1 space to get bigger there. Whereas I could have played multiple things there. That was a risky thing. I don't know if they thought that through and Galaxy brained me. But I'm comfortable with that play. I would have liked to have won. But it is what it is. I don't think leaving there with those odds was correct. Surfer Shaw is a funny card combo to just draw. Boy, this guy is Scorn gaming all day long. Discard players, man. 2 drop? Nope. Oh, Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Is that how you say that? Yggdrasil with Sebastian Shaw. Pretty good. I think we're going to start... I think this is fine. This is fine. The thing is, if they have Dracula, I'm going to want to Lady Deathstrike it. And if they have Dracula, they're going to want to probably put it in the negative zone. So I'm going to put this here. This looks weird, and maybe the normal play is to put this in negative zone because it's going to get big. I'm going to put this here. Yeah, and here's the thing. Yeah, it is rough. This is silver. I don't care. I'm having a nice time hanging out with you guys. Sometimes you want to, like, you care deeply about winning, but like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna do some White Tigers business here. I think if they have Dracula, they're gonna. Where is their track? I would have, if I'm them, I put the Dracula on negative zone. I don't know, or sorry, put the Hellcow on negative zone. Get the Yggdrasil value. Probably the 2/3 drops make sense here. The tricky thing here is if I overcommit in the negative zone, and they play Dracula there, I'm going to want to Lady Deathstrike, and I actually can't afford anything else. So I think maybe this is the play. I think this is the play. I'm guessing that's going to be... Oh, Vision? What? Oh, that's a Coulson. That's a Coulson Vision. Kunlun with Sebastian Shaw is pretty fun, you guys. Alright, so I can only afford one card here. Right? Am I taking crazy pills? I can afford one card. That is a bummer. It's not going to be Lady Deathstrike. Oh, they're just going to leave. Maybe I could have snapped earlier. I am a very experienced Conquest player. And I have no shortage of experience against most archetypes. And even though this is a weird version, I'm going to call this discard because it's discard. But I'm snapping because of Doom 2099. That's all we need. It is not terribly easy to know how to snap against discard outside of very specific conditions. And I'm not that... Yeah, I did consider Omega Red left. Let's see. The energy, to me, doesn't matter that much, because I'm soon to be only playing one card a turn. But I very much don't want them to have White Hot Room. So that is probably Morbius. Hey guys, do you like Surprise Galactus?
This land can never be fully known.
Okay, they don't have Dracula, and they don't have Scorn. That's nice. I don't want them to have those cards. That said, they could have drawn... The nightmare here is if they got themselves a Red Guardian. I'm going to be so... Actually, okay, you know what I'm doing? I'm playing this over here. I'm playing this over here because they very well might have gotten my Red Guardian. They're going to play that in White Hot Room, and it would hit Doom 2099 right in the face. Doom 2099 is going in the right lane. I don't care if they get White Hot Room. I am not getting hit by a strategic Red Guardian nuclear missile. Is that what that is? Oh, no, it's... I saw the future! Ah, you see that? You see that play, everybody? That's clip-worthy. Holy shit. Incredible stuff. Now, that said, my hand is actually kind of garbage. I'm not getting the, Yeah, that's pretty sick. I mean, it wasn't Red Guardian. It was, Red Guardian. But, yeah, pretty sick. If you guys want to clip that and submit it to the various YouTube things, that's okay. But you know what? I might do it myself. You can play 2 guards with Dark Dimension, Franjav. Of course, you're absolutely right. I can play more than 2 cards for that matter. But yes, for those of you who do not know, Dark Dimension doesn't trigger either way. It doesn't prevent or trigger Doom 2099. So I think we just... The thing is, I want to be cognizant of board space. I don't actually know if I want to play more than one over there. I have the opportunity to do more. Franjav, I was not going to clock that. I'm too busy putzing around. This is awesome. Now, that said, like, I'm not actually getting that terribly powerful. Like, I don't have a Doctor Doom to completely blow this out. Do you master mold to screw up Drac? Not a consideration, because this is their Dracula. Weird World gave me their Dracula. So, no. In fact, I probably don't even like that, because it would benefit their Morbius. Well, that actually sucks. I just definitely can't win mid now. So I think probably the play is this. I want the most power left, and I don't really care about right. There's no way they're going to be able to compete right. So the most power left is this. Makes a Doombot. This is actually, this sucks. I've lost mid for sure, and I'm really not getting that strong in the left. That is just a really unfortunate Doombot placement there. Well, that's it. I actually didn't have that strong cards anyway. This is gotten about as unlucky as you can, and they have a ton of mana. I think I lose here actually, but this is all we can do. This is the line objectively, and we do this line and lose unless they want to contest weird world, which they would never do. Yeah, they gotta have a very specific set of terrible cards for me to beat them in the left. It's just unlikely. I think I just lose here. Oh, a little late to the party there. Valentina generated Dr. Doom. Separately, have you... Oh, did we just win?
Victory.
I was about to call... Well, first of all, let's take a moment and appreciate my greatness. You remember when I called this out? You guys remember when I saw the future? And played my Doom in the non-obvious spot to dodge the surgical nuclear strike of the Red Guardian. But what I was going to point out is that I have a sick split on my Valentina. And actually, while I have you guys here, I'm so happy to have some extra opinions here. I would like your guys' opinion on some colors. You see, your boy is not just has bad taste, but oh hey, boosters on Iron Patriot too. I am colorblind. I am colorblind, and I require outside aid to select colors properly.
Animated frame.
And this is where you guys come in. First of all, it's my chat window, I think, is blocking it. Or sorry, my face is blocking it, so you guys can't see. I have 19 spotlight keys. But you can say I got lucky with Victoria Hand and one key. I've been hoarding these things in, and also getting a little bit lucky. So, as I was talking about earlier in the stream, I play a pretty narrow selection of cards. I have a really large collection. I don't have an entire collection, but I have most of the cards. I can play most of the decks, but there's many, 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 many kinds of decks that I have no interest in. And there's a handful of decks that I play all the time. Predominant used to be, first it was Galactus, then it was Loki, now it's Origin. And as such, I dedicate all of my resources into a very small set of cards to upgrade to God status or near God status. And so, as you guys maybe have noticed, my Orisham list is pretty tricked out. Now, I recognize I don't have layouts, and my face is covering some of these cards, but I'm going to go through the ones that I need your help with, and I can put them front and center on the screen. Exhibit A is Valentina. And I've got this, the gold background and the black crackle. And broadly, on average, I just slap the gold, I think it's legendary, the gold border on the gold cards. But I wonder if there is a different border that makes this pop more with the black crackle and the gold. And now we can't see all of the board, like only the ones that I currently own and the ones in the store. But like, is gold cosmic good for this? Probably. I mean, the cosmic and crackle kind of, there's a lot of noise. But yeah, I hoard resources to not spend them. Yeah, black cosmic would be sick, but you see that I have a lot of tokens, but like I save them because like I don't know. So we go gold cosmic. I really like blue cosmic. You'll see some of my cards are gold and blue. I think that they just complement themselves well. That's a gold, blue, black. I don't know. And as for the borders that I already own, like orange. I'm not going to do rainbow on Valentina, but like that's pretty good. Is that good? Is that the best? Black matte? I don't know. For those of you who are in the chat paying attention and have a strong opinion, I would love to hear for this card of these, which makes the most sense, be it what we have now, just a regular gold border, or gold cosmic, or one of the cosmics, or perhaps black matte. And then same question for silver metallic. Let's preview that. What split do you have in Arishem? Orange is good with the gold and black. Lost to 0-0 cause you ending soon? I'm not sure. We're just kind of playing it by ear. I have run several. If you would care to see one of the sickest God reads of your life, watch the VOD for the most recent game. Against my opponent had an Apocalypse avatar. I don't remember what their name was, but there's some good content already have happened, even if I do end soon. Black borders look good on that card. I don't know. Yeah, wrapping paper, probably. Yeah, probably wrapping paper. The thing with metallic is just kind of what do you call it? Not boring, not plain. It just doesn't I like more is more. You know, it's like black matte. You could that's a thing. Silver metallic, I don't know. It doesn't feel that impressive, but it does match her hair, and I can see it. Yeah, black matte is kind of sick though, for sure. And the thing is, you correct me if I'm wrong, you cannot purchase black matte, right? Like that doesn't appear in the store. So I want to hoard my black mattes. I as you can see with my resources, I'm just very bad at. Oh my god! Now I recognize crime afoot. That your name is probably crime afoot. I see your clips all the time, and people reference your name as crime afoot. However, I have always read it as Crimea foot. So, right? No, but the point is, I read it as Crimea foot, as in the region in Ukraine. And then I heard you talk, and it's like, this man is not Ukrainian. So it's like, okay, I recognize that it's not Crimea foot. But welcome all of the viewers from Creamy Foot. My name is Gerald of Philactus. Actually, my name is Nate Martin. And you might know me as Gerald of Philactus. You might know me. You might have seen me on Binks' stream. We did some co-op Conquest. We have done co-op Conquest a couple days ago. It's actually his most recent YouTube upload. And I don't know if actually even some of the current people who not just raid me, I invented modern escape rooms. Did you guys know that? And that's a little bit of an oversimplification. But escape rooms, as you know them, I invented them back in 2013. And they existed before, but the modern version. And I am a retired businessman that just does this for fun. I love Marble Snap more than most things. And I just play Marble Snap all day. That's just what I do now. And so that's my pedigree. And we're going to be doing some Conquest here. We're going to get right into it. Happy 58th birthday. How dare you. Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad to have you. Let's get right back into it. I was going to talk more about splits, but we came for the gameplay. We're going to do some gameplay. Question do we have for... Yeah, it is for real. I have a Wikipedia page. Now, I could do Gold Conquest, which is a little bit exciting, but the queue times were crazy long. Would you guys be more interested in a shorter queue time Silver or a longer queue time Gold? Do you even have a preference? I'll wait for anyone to weigh in with an opinion. Yeah, I suck at Conquest, but ladder is my love. My friend, we all have our ups and downs, and I say I like Conquest a lot, but there are people that are better than me at this thing. All right, folks, we're going to do Gold because nobody said anything, and why not? And let's go for Gold. Alloy, I completely agree. We're going to change our avatars. Avatar, singular. The most recent one that I got was this Deadpool. We're going to do this Infinite. No. We're going to do, Shocker Drive. No. We're going to do the Apocalypse bundle. There's so much, for those of you who are just joining, I am better at talking than my stream skills would otherwise allow for. And what I mean by that is in my previous career as D-list, F-tier list business celebrity, I did a lot of public speaking, and this comes very natural to me. However, there's so much about professional streaming that is very, very hard. People like our friend Creamyfoot and Binks that I stream with, the skills that they have kind of invisibly developed over time to proverbially talk and chew gum at the same time, it's very, very, very hard. And I'm very, very good at that broadly, but I am not at their level. And so you will find me with pregnant pauses as I stop to think and look down at chat. I also don't have... my 17 on my Wikipedia page photo. Are you saying that I've aged poorly, Vash? Is that what I'm hearing? And yes, I hope, to be more serious for a moment, those folks in the Los Angeles area, and those with loved ones in the Los Angeles area, I hope that everyone is doing okay. It is a bit of a scary time over there. Now, and I also don't have much of a setup. Like, I am just kind of playing on my normal desktop computer, and the folks with layouts, and I think this is not an Arisham game. Let's stop for a moment. This is not an Arisham gamer. This is their Maria Hill split. This is their Iron Patriot split. Who is this person? They have a 100 and is this a bot? No, they're in an alliance. This is a human. Have you guys ever seen this before? Is this a famous person? Who has this collection level? Jesus, what is happening? Oh, is this Chase? I actually know who that is by what is the word I'm looking for? I've seen him on Twitter. I know. Sorry, man. Like this is incredible. These splits, I am blown away. All of the chatters, all of the splits. I am just losing my mind here. Gar Saxon, have a good night. Alright, so I don't even know clock what the card was. We got a cheap Taskmaster here. So now, the obvious thing that we are absolutely going to do is play Galactus. The question is, were they more likely to play their card this turn? Yeah, no, this is gross. It's awesome. I love... Rainbow Crackle is maybe my favorite effect in the game. And the Black Cosmic of it all. It's just sick. Sorry, no, the question is, where are they going to play? And if I am them... I mean, I don't have another play anyways. We're just rip it here. Now, tragically, they have extra mana, and my hand is a little doo-doo. They're keeping Snap going with money. Yeah, to be clear, this comes from a place of deep respect. If there was any ambiguity there, let me remove it for you. This is sick as hell. His cards are sick as hell. I have nothing but respect for kind of putting your money where your mouth is. This is genuine hell yeah, brother stuff. Well, I don't like any of this. That said, he probably doesn't like a hell of a lot of stuff. Why is that? My deck tracker is not showing... Oh, no, it caught up now. I mean, there's a world... Is this... So I'm adding 9... I'm adding 16? That's a lot, right? I mean, I lose... Does this deck run Mystique? He's telling me that his deck runs Mystique. So I'm not staying. I'm just kind of opining. Yeah, Alliance is a likely thing. God, this is sick. These cards are sick. Yeah, no, there is absolutely an argument to belittling people and how they spend their money when it's not on you. That's a fair point. We can say like everything. You're spending your money in a good second place. First place me, but second place the game. Yeah, or Negasonic for sure. Sorry, not for sure, but you don't often bluff there, I don't think. So now, something to think about. For those of you who are just joining me for the first time, and that's most of you, first of all, thank you so much for the raid. Creamyfoot, Crimea-foot, I really appreciate it. You're the best. That was so great. And I'm so happy to have everybody here. What I like to do as I'm streaming, and I did this with Binks within reason, but I do it more on my own stream, is I talk through my plays. I like to explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Not just to make you guys a better Conquest player, but that's the most obvious and natural thing to talk about. And I have some pretty unique insights. And one of these things is the interaction with Galacta in Dark Dimension. And I'm going to pause there. I'm certainly doing Brood on Muir Island. What I'm thinking about is, do I also want to Scorn and fill up on Muir Island? And the answer is no. I thought about it, but I'm not going to do that. And I'm not playing Scorn because then on turn 5, I can get Galacta and Scorn down on the same turn. But anyway, when you have Dark Dimension, Galacta I'm conflating Galacta and Doom 2099. Sorry, all of these people here. Certainly doing this. Soul should watch some Nate, I agree. I don't know what that means. Explain what that means. So, we have 5 mana. I would very much like to Galactus Scorn. However, that puts me in, like, not the best position to be able to win mid. I'm already not in the best position to win mid. Maybe the correct line of play is to kind of... I was thinking about leaving before. I can get pretty impressive here. However, the nature of Arishem gaming is evaluating edge cases versus being able to become overwhelmingly powerful later and where you are with the cubes. This Conquest to Arishem specifically. So I'm in a, we'll call it a marginal spot there. I think that I could win that game, or even, I might even be favored to win that game. However, I don't have enough information and might be deeply unfavored. So why risk it? It's just 1 cube. We have all these left, and it's Arishem. There will be matches where I have checkmated him from the start. It's not because I play well or they play bad. You just get lucky, so let's cool our jets. He's a streamer good dude, but has a yapper for him? I don't know what that means. Does that mean they talk a lot? I talk a lot. Oh, Toxic Soul King is a streamer who doesn't... Okay, I think I get it. I get it. Yeah, they need me to be their mouthpiece. I understand. Now, there was something earlier that I wanted to address, and I do not remember what it was. This is pretty hard, folks. To now, I'll pause there. Elysium is a pretty interesting thing. I usually don't like to see Elysium because this is a Doom 2099 forward deck, and it doesn't really care about Elysium. I'm going to hold Red Guardian, probably. Red Guardian can do some great work against Devil Dinosaur if he puts that in its own lane, and I'm going to have the flexibility to do stuff later, so I'm playing nothing. Now, Lady Deathstrike is crazy here. The question is he going to add more than 1 card to his hand with this play, and therefore Lady Deathstrike is going to whiff on Collector, so we got kind of risking things, or do we guarantee killing Dazzler in Maria Hill? Is that a main deck Dazzler? No, that is what she got from Maria Hill. I think that I'm going to risk this, and if it whiffs, I still have Red Guardian as a backup plan. Oh, yeah, oh, don't you add... Ugh. I guess we're still killing the Hawkeye. And we're killing the Sentinel. Fine. Fine. Yeah, my style, it's pedagogical. We like to make you guys better players. But I can see myself getting pretty old after a while. I begrudge nobody who watches Nate for a while and says, you know what? I'm good. I'll take a break. I like getting Doom down now. I want to take some priority. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely thinking about Red Guardian, but I might want to save it for something else. And I certainly could play it now, but I don't want to throw Celine down, he opines. I'm getting quote unquote good cards, but this is kind of an awkward Arisha position where just random good cards, not able to often overcome a coherent, cohesive thing. I mean, he missed his Wiccan, but like the nature of Arisha makes this a very uncomfortable position where I really do not know where I am in relation to what he's got. I'm very much playing Patriot this turn, not for the discount, but I want the extra card, the extra options. Life is nothing. I like putting Red Guardian down now. And then probably this. And this. This is my line. I may be spreading myself a little bit too thin here, and the correct play is to actually focus on 2 lanes right now, or setting myself up to focus on 2 lanes, but I'm putting threats everywhere. Yeah, I am going to have priority here for Goliath, and that's a nice bonus thing, but I really wasn't... That wasn't the whole truth and nothing but the truth. It was a function of I want to get the most power down and put myself in the best position. What's my favorite card in Snap? Well, it's got to be Arisham is like the obvious answer, but like it comes and goes right now. Like Doom 2099 is like I have inappropriate dreams about Doom 2099. So how many borders do I have? I have 23 borders, 23 infinity borders. Christ, so I can do there's a couple things. Annihilus is real tempting for getting rid of Acid Arrow and just adding a ton of power. But Goliath is active. I think this... Like, it seems unlikely he's going to add... Can he add 11 power on the left? I don't know enough about the remaining 3 cards in his deck. I think we just do this and ship it. No, he's just leaving. Hey, good night, Creamy Foot. Sorry, Crimea Foot is what I'm still going to, in my head. I'll say Creamy Foot out loud out of respect, but no, that in my head. I will still read it as Crimea Foot because that's how my brain is wired. No, and I appreciate this is so great. To be clear, I am, many of people, I don't know what Creamy Foot's situation is, but there's folks out there grinding out their livelihood at streaming Marvel Snap, and I have just such endless respect for the hustle. And to be clear, I am not one of these people. I do it for the fun, the love of the game. I do not accept subs. I'm not monetizing this channel. So I love when I get rated and get the audience and the engagement, but at the same time, I only want it whenever it's not going to people who need it for the money. I just really enjoy the social aspect of it. All right, Sarah Mystique is cool. / turn off collector right now. I think that this is a step. In fact, oh, you know what? Okay. What could that mean? Does that just mean I have Wiccan? I think that means I have Wiccan. And my hand isn't amazing. Like, it's set up to be amazing. I'm gonna snap back. Ghost Spider allows me to get to Spider Island, and you know what? It's fun. Let's do it. And, you know, Sarah Mystique, pretty good, I hear. Oh, they did that because they're getting that location. I'm not worried about that. Them having the extra mana, who cares? Unless they're filling up my lane. Is that... Kitty Pryde is one of those cards? I don't ultimately care about them having the extra... Oh, I see. Of course, it's Chimichanga. Great, good for you. Uh-oh, did I... Oh, I thought I... Oh, yeah, this is sick. This is sick. Now, that said, with all that extra mana and their kind of random stuff, I'm guessing that's an Acid Arrow coming down left. I'm not happy about that being Acid Arrow and that moving to White Hot Room. That is... oh, no, it's just... Okay, phew. What am I saying? With that much mana, and how many cards do they have in their hand? And there's 6 cards in their hand. They're going to be able to organically fill up these 2 locations. and then just play cards in Spider Island and not have them move. So that's something to consider. I also have Beast. So I feel like if they had Esseter, they would have played it there. I don't know. And yes, this is an assembly line of Galactabuffs. I kind of like this. Now I'm doing this. I do not want Mystique to go left. I think I just lose the game there. Oh, shoot. I also kind of want the Valentina card. Yeah, this is hard because I'm out of gas. Like, I'm going to have infinite mana, but I'm out of gas. I think this is the line, though. And with regards to White Hot Room, they are effectively at 7 if they move Jeff. So they have to get 15 power in White Hot Room in order to contest it. So, notably, whatever they play next is... Oh, they play next. That's going into Spider Island. What are you, Copycat? Iron Patriot? Who cares? Alright, well, Beast is the card that's getting played first, for sure. And we have to be very careful to not Odin Beast. So kind of what I'm thinking about right now is, do I want to get cheeky and just really go hard at Spider Island and kind of half ignore Taco Truck, and I use Go Spider to get over? But I think it's a little too cute by half. Is this proving grounds? This is gold. This is gold 1. So this is the line, and if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. We all played great. My opponent played great. They got the sick collection chase, and if we're fine getting all in the middle there. They have unlimited cards and unlimited mana, so they're not moving their Jeff. They're just throwing that away. My fear is I just slightly lose right and left, which is a likely opportunity or likely scenario. Whew, that's a sick Goliath too. And here's the problem in this situation. I hate being rude on the internet. I will never, ever, 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 ever intentionally be rude on the internet. So I go out of my way to not be polite if it could possibly be interpreted as being rude on the internet. And like, this is sick. I wanna give that like a nice thing. But I can't, because that would be a jackass would do the same thing, right? Like, oh, your life didn't do anything, when in fact the intent is to show how sick I find that split. Anyway, Chase, if you are watching this belatedly or somebody sends you a clip of this, mad respect to the support of the game and how awesome your splits are. Yeah, I'd have to review that for, I'm sure there was they wanted to go hard mid, and if they had moved Jeff, something might have moved over there. I think if I were to, it's hard because I don't have the thing in front of me. I think that they definitely have the best collection. Jeff was not already moved. I think left was just out of reach. I think left, I recall being really, really far ahead left. I think they had to add 14 points. If they can't add 14 points, they want to keep Jeff where he is to stop Spider Island cards from moving there. And then they can focus on winning mid and right, is my guess of what he was thinking. And in fact, almost certainly, definitely what he was thinking. I think if you open your games with a Nux, it changes the contents of your emotes for the rest of the game, as long as you're not spamming or using Miss Marvel. I think it's a great point. I think that is a wonderful note that, dare I say, that we should start as a community to spread this around, that's just how this works. Let's Nux at the beginning, and that means that you're a nice person. That said, if there's a 2% chance that I do something that is considered rude, I won't do it, even if it's 98% respectful, and I am just too cowardly to do that. Yeah, and Miss Marvel is okay, but only in this situation. It's just, like, to be clear, if I'm playing Binks or whatever, somebody like I know in real life, as Lost Cause says, I will be unconscionably rude. I will say things that will make their ancestors fall down and die again. But that's because I know them, and it comes from a place of love. Never strangers on the internet. Now, there was a question of why I prefer Conquest. For those of you who do not know, despite the fact that I am rank 317, this is how badass I am. Rank 317, pretty good at Marvel Snap in the ranked category. I find this number very stressful. I hate playing games of Marvel Snap and having this number go down. It feels so bad. I used to play ranked exclusively before they implemented this number, and then when they added this number and made it visible to your opponents, it just turned off a switch in my brain. I could not do ranked anymore. So I get ranked, I get infinite, and maybe play here and there. And so I play Conquest almost by default because it doesn't have this number. And crucially, there's quote-unquote rewards. You don't get anything for playing ranked. You get all of the colors of the rainbow for playing Conquest. And whenever you get, tens of thousands of medals, as I do, you can just infinitely get boosters for everything. And so I play a fairly narrow band of cards, generally. But I have an enormous amount of boosters to almost everything in my collection because of playing Conquest. And last but not least, I'm pretty good at it. There's a lot of elements of poker in Marvel Snap, and there's even more elements of poker in Conquest and Marvel Snap. And I, for a minute, played professional poker and kind of you can maybe even see my poker chip from notable casinos behind me. And so I'm able to transfer some of these skills to being good at it. Somebody asked, and apologies for missing this, you might even not be here anymore, but somebody was asking about my my Arishem split. It is a gold with red crackle and red cosmic border. I concede that maybe this would be better. Is this better? I'm colorblind. I look to you guys for your color recommendations if there's a different, better border. I find I love more is more. I love the maximalism, but I find cosmic, just the noise of it all kind of interferes with the crackle and not the best of way. Do I have a thumbs down, Arisham? Oh, I certainly do. I don't have that avatar. Tragically, I mean, I guess I could buy it. I just haven't seen it in the store. I'll briefly go to my Infinity Avatar collection. You will see, where is it? I do have an Arisham border, but not the thumbs down border. All right, let's we'll continue to get after it. Yeah, I confess, this is enormously hard to play the game, play it well, talk about my decision-making, and read chat and engage with chat all at once. All I want to do, I aspire someday, screw games, I'm going to be just holding court. We're going to talk about life, we're going to talk about business, we're going to talk about media that we're consuming, I want to talk about your guys' lives and everything. But we got to play the game, got to make things interesting for the Marvel Snap viewers, and I love Marvel Snap. So I very much want to have a conversation, talk about these cool things, but we're here to play Marvel Snap at the same time. So I'm trying to split the difference and do both. I have not been streaming very long, and this is not my career, so there are gaps in my skills, and I'm working on it every day. So thank you guys so much for hanging out and for your patience as I develop these skills. And I'll pause there. Thank you guys for the follows. I see, I don't have this set up here. Bertley, Woke Boomer, the Aeon 8, Zatheus, Crimea Foot, Elephant Fudge, Buff Captain America, please. Oh, I've seen you in Binks chat. Zathi2105, and everyone else that has followed me today, I appreciate it. I hope to see you in the future. Now, notably, it's Crimea Foot. Spidey Drew, thank you for the follow. Notably, I am going on vacation tomorrow for a couple of days. And so, if you do not see me for a minute, I have not abandoned you, I have not abandoned the game. I'm simply on a bit of a vacation. And we will do some more conquest whenever I return. Spidey Drew, hello. No, you say crime. I know people call him... It sounds like people call him crime. Do other people call him Crimea Foot, or is that unique to my brain? I do not know how... what is the word I'm looking for? If that's as common or not. Where I'm going to Palm Springs, California, which is in the Los Angeles area, which is not having a good time right now, if you guys are not following the news. But is on the other side of the landscape, and so hopefully we'll be fine. I've never been to Palm Springs. I'm excited to go. Cry me a foot. That's good too. That's good too. This, by the way, was the tragedy of doing Gold Conquest this early in the season. Is it's not a very deep bench, so the queue times take a minute. But this gives me an opportunity to catch up on the chat and engage with you guys. Yeah, my flight is tomorrow, and it's like at 4 p.m. And I have not packed at all. But because it's not a morning flight, and I live pretty close to the airport, I'm fine cutting it to the last minute, but it is kind of funny how soon I will be arrived at vacation, and I have done absolutely no travel planning at all. Am I going for poker? No, I have not played poker seriously for, Jesus Christ, like 10 years. I'm not the young man I used to be. More than 10 years. I enjoy it casually here and there, but I'm not living that life anymore where I'm traveling for it. No, I'm just I would categorize myself as semi-retired. So I have a lot of free time that I like to stream Marvel Snap and kind of do other things, and so I'm just going for the sake of going. I've never been to Palm Springs, and it seems nice. Happy XF, thank you for the follow. Getting, if you'll permit me, it's getting a little hot in here. This is not a bit. It is genuinely, my computer outputs a lot of heat, and so I am unzipping my hoodie. All right, we're in here. We're in here with Agatha Harkness. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Sakar, can I impress upon you to play Agatha Harkness? Perhaps Agatha Harkness. Not Agatha Harkness. Fine. Alright, so my opponent running a War Machine deck that does not have Arishem in it. I think we're going to do this. I don't love this position. Him getting a War Machine down that early is scary. And I'm going to be able to play an early-ish Agatha Harkness, but I don't love this position until I start getting better cards. Okay. Alright. What my opponent must think right now. Or right now. Yeah, Iron Lad is consistent with Doom 2099. Onslaught in the deck, you say. Alright, there's that claw in the right lane, as is tradition. My opponent not stapping. Happy to... Even better! So... You know, I'm actually not in the world's worst position here. Like, Scarlet Spider's getting pretty big, and, you know, I'm going to maybe be able to manipulate things to get a Lucky Dracula hit. If he had snapped turns ago, I would, I'd have been out of here instantly. So there's another claw. That's funny. Now, that said, that is an instant loss of the mid lane, which is already gone. So what I can do, let's do some math here. I would be adding 13 to the right. This actually wins right lane. Playing Doom and then activating Scarlet Spider. The thing is, if he has Infinite, I lose. Right? I'm adding... Hey, Elephant Fudge. Hey, everybody. They have not snapped. They have 3 cards in their hand. I guess I just do this and lose to... No. Well... I'm not staying for 4. I don't think. Yeah, not mid is gone. Mid is super turbo, mega gone. Question is, yes, I'm adding 8, 23. Yeah, I just lose to Infinite, which he has, and he's Boomer Snaps, so we're out of here. A lot of people in that situation might think, or not. It is the natural response to think, they don't got it. Or what they think they have isn't actually that hot. But you know what? It often is. Going to the poker of it all, from experience, you do not see the level of bluffing at a fraction of the rate that you otherwise might to see. So I tend to believe Boomer Snaps. Mon me so you could ban Boomer. Here's the confession. I have no idea how any of this Twitch shit works. Like the as you say, mods. I recognize that that's a thing. I simply do not have the knowledge to tell you anything about how to do any of that. I appreciate the joke, but I can't even follow through. Question is, do I cable this turn or do I Athena this turn? I kind of like Cable to keep my options open, because Athena this turn... We're going to do this. Hell yeah, leave it that way. Yeah, I don't hate it. I just kind of like playing Marvel Snap. That's all it is to it. My hand is not very good, you guys. Not very good, this hand is. Here's Magic. Did you know that Rhino can deal with that? Now, notably, here's talking about my play thing. I would kind of like to snap here. Actually, sorry, I can't. There's kind of two thoughts. I can easily. But they know that I have Snowguard Hawk to turn this off, which is unfortunate, because I would much rather them not have that knowledge. So, I wonder if this means Storm into War Machine into Legion. I'm just not scared. I have a lot of tools to deal with a lot of things. So I'm going to not leave this game. I'm not going to wave, because if they play War Machine here, I don't want to give them a free Infinite attempt. I see. A Protected Doom 2099. I don't know how really true... Like, I'm putting up a lot of points here. They very well might have Dr. Doom on 6, in which case I'm turbo cooked. But I ain't overly frightened. That said, tragically, they hid their Doom behind a smaller card. But that said, I can turn off one bot. That's something I can do. Do this wave for max power. And notably, Squirrel Girl on Lake Halas is going to go a little bit hard. I don't know. The thing is, they know that I can turn off these locations, or turn off Limbo, so that's not ideal. And if they have Dr. Doom on 6, like that might just be checkmate. That's just so many points. But that said, I can't leave here. All right, we're gonna play it out, and if we lose, we lose. I guess. Rhino and Hawk, effectively the same thing here. They can't Goliath or anything. We're just going to send it. Squirrel mid for one more point. I want to get the biggest in the right. I'm not going to boomer snap this guy. I also, like, I don't know if Doom, like, if he dooms and makes the bot on the right, I don't know if actually that's big. I'm not going to do the math. That might cook me if the bot appears on the right. Is that big enough? No, it isn't big enough. I maybe could snap. I just in Conquest, particularly Gold Conquest, I don't love boomer snapping in most situations. But something that people don't really think about, or if they do, they don't talk about it enough, is reading into your opponent's mind based on the timing of snap. So what I mean by that is if I'm thinking and 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 then I snap, almost certainly that means that I figured it out. I know how to beat you. That's me beating you. That's the sound of me beating you right now. So if I think and I think and I think and I think and I boomer snap, I just give my opponent cred and I think, okay, well they know that I can beat them and therefore they're not. I'm going, rather than getting 4 cubes, I'm gonna get 2 cubes. Well, looking at their hand, thing is, I know my opponent has Super Scroll.
Opponent snapped.
And that, to me, I mean, I can't just leave. This is just too good. There's just a couple of lines here. Doom right is probably the play. I probably want to do that. That is likely what I'm going to do. The problem is the Super Scroll. And I maybe want to hold this, because there's no rush to... Oh, no, you know what? He can turn off... Sorry. He can turn off Bar Sinister, so I have to do this now. I have to do this now. Doom right is not... I mean, there's an argument to it not being good, and for the content of it all. But I have to do this because he could gain priority and turn off Bar Sinister in a way that just it's not going to work. Now, that said, not the weakness here, which is going to become apparent right now, is that my opponent has perfect information. They know what I'm capable of and what I'm not capable of. And frankly, 4 Galactas... Like, I've won the right lane, of course. But 4 Galactas is... allows him, over the course of the next turns, particularly if he magics, he could just get fucking enormous. So, I certainly don't play anything now. We're just going to feel it out. They have basically perfect information, but I will also have fairly perfect information. And for the clarity, why I did this Mimi play is his ability to play with locations. I simply had... Yeah, there's a Super Scroll. I simply had to... now... I could do this. And he might think, oh, I'm gonna play Doom 2099, and I'll be huge. And I can turn this off right now. However, if I turn this off right now, my board is completely full, and I think he might just be able to get big enough with Galacta plays. Like, he just plays a Galacta there, or sorry, a card in the middle and a card on the right, and I can't get that big. Just kill the scroll, but they kill you at full length of turn. Yes, that is exactly right in not so many words. So I think I have to do this. I think the most likely play is he's going to play a... Because if he plays Doom 2099, definitely lose, but I simply have to do this. I'm guessing that that's Doom 2099, and I had to turn this off, but we'll see. Ah. It's not Doom 2099. Yeah, so I'm cooked. I'm just going to leave the game. We'll save ourselves some time. He simply wins with any card min.
Escaped.
I do not hate playing Doom 2099 right, but I did hate having to play Doom 2099 right. Obviously, that ended up looking foolish, but I was going to lose that no matter what with 4 Galactus, because I did not have my own Galactus. It is what it is. It's fine. We're good to... it was just 2 cubes. Well, opponent has... I mean, assuming they're a rational person, they have War Machine in their hand. Which we have ways of turning off, not presently available to us. Hey, Doctor's Doom! Fun fact, the plural of that produces that, damn you. The plural of Doctor Doom is not Doctor Dooms, but Doctor's Doom. What is this? Lowest power card? So that's going to get rid of my Iron Fist. I'm cool to do that. But that's going to get rid of for him. Magic or Doom 2099? We'll get rid of whatever that is. There's Super Scroll gone. Oh, what did I discard? Of course, Iron Fist. Ghost Rider could turn into... Not playing anything. Ghost Rider could get my Iron Fist back. I don't know about this play. This is my... Doom 20... Speaking from experience, Doom 20... I'm snapping. Doom 2099 with the squirrel location over 7 turns, that's a choice. That's a choice that I don't necessarily agree with, and Cannonball is going to allow me to win that. Yeah, Magic and Doom 29, I agree. I don't think it is the right decision. That said, this opponent's list might lend itself to that. I'm not sure. I'm going to play Doom now. Absolutely an argument to not playing Doom now. I'm going to play Doom now.
Doom rules all.
And no matter what, I mean, they're going to fill up. Cannonball will allow me to win. Win the location that I play it on. Simply the question is... I think this is... So he... Just thinking out loud, if he plays Doctor Doom... Doctor Doom would be a mistake. I don't think... I think that this... Does this beat... The thing is, I need to beat 2 lanes. So I'm just trying to set myself up to maybe just win left, because next turn is going to be Cannonball, and it looks like I can't play anything else. So maybe it's this. But he's also getting the Galacta buff. I think I will feel very foolish if I play this, and the next turn, right now, he plays a big War Machine that I would have gotten over the top of, but allows him to get under Pet Mansion. Arsham Right? Yeah, I guess that's always going to be bigger. Yes, thank you. That's the play. There's pros and cons to the other ones, but I like this the most. I've already snapped. Well, that's a choice. My opponent forgot what turn it was. And he lets me have it. We take that. We take that.
Victory.
Folks in the chat, how was your day? I would like to hear from you how your day was. Good stuff, bad stuff? Did you watch anything good? Did you play anything good? Do you have any recommendations in these categories? Well, we ain't doing any more snapping. Snapping's done with. And Cloning Vats and Asteroid M is a funny combination of locations. Question is, do I want to turn one of these off now? I can abuse it, but I'm worried that they can also abuse it. Kind of just want to get rid of this now. They have priority, and we'll be able to do this. Okay, we're fine. Wong gone. Goodbye, Wong. Goodbye, Magic. Hello, Dr. Doom. There's an argument to not Hulkbustering here to keep Mockingbird costs down, but I like this. Watch Severance on Apple TV if you haven't. I'm very excited for Season 2. Severance rules. Great recommendation. Now, He cannot hide... If he's, in fact, playing Doom 2099 this turn, he cannot hide it behind Zabu. He should have played... If he does have it, this is edge case, he might do Iron Lad, he might do anything, but he should have played it on Asteroid M, because Doom is moving to Asteroid M. So what we'd like to have happen, we want our opponent to play Doom 2099, we would like to create a bot not on Asteroid M, and then I turn it off with Red Guardian. Can that happen? This might be Galacta. Oh no, there's Doom 29. Bot not on... Fuck! Can you get lucky one time? Now... Oh, congratulations! Beating your teenage sons. Yeah, Marvel Rivals Season is actually restarting, like, in, I can't alt-tab. It's very soon. The Marvel Rivals Season resets in, like, an hour or something. Now, I will... The reason I'm not Red Guarding now is he got lucky with the Doombot location, and I will have the ability to turn off a Doombot with Red Guardian kind of whenever I want. Like, I can do it this turn. That's probably... Yeah, I will probably do this. Or... Honestly, now that I look at it in the light of day, the thing that I want to beat more than anything is Doctor Doom. And so mid is beyond reach, and I don't think spending 3 of my mana in the middle... Well, actually, no, the cards are going to end up there anyway. Shoot! I forgot about the Asteroid M of it all. So I think I have to do this. And, like... I don't know if there's any permutation that I win here if he has Doctor Doom. And he might just have Infinite, and I lose anyway. But it just is what it is. I just got unlucky that I couldn't hit the Doombot with the Red Guardian. Now I think maybe if the bot gets made right, do I still win? Yes! Yes, I do! Yes, I do.
Victory.
Yes, I do. Woke Boomer. Day was fine. Hit Infinite today. Been climbing ladder. It's been tilting at first. But I kind of figured out a solution. Seeing what I was playing, used it in from ladder. Make it... That's awesome. That feels real good. Congratulations. Ranking up higher. Their last card might not have even been Infinite. It was probably Infinite, but it might not have been. And I got 50% lucky there. Oh! Schnurp, thank you for the raid. I was literally going to stop. I was literally going to stop on that game. I'm not going to stop on this game now. Welcome, Schnurp. No, not your bad. What a wonderful problem to have. Welcome, Schnurp. Welcome, Schnurp's streamers, viewers. My name is Nate Martin. I play Marvel Snap Conquest primarily as Gerald of Galactus. Perhaps you've seen me stream with Binks or on the ladder or doing high-level conquests. I'm also well known in other circles for having been the inventor of modern escape rooms as we know them today. About 11 years ago, I started the first American escape room company. Did that for a long time, sold most of my business, and now I like Marvel Snap a lot, and this is what we do. Let the party begin. Indeed, a C tier? A C tier? What was I going to say? I do this for fun. So I really, really appreciate... Sure, you're welcome for this wonderful gift. I appreciate the raid, and I appreciate Shnurp's viewers and Crimea Foot's viewers for hanging out. And I want to see you again. I want you to follow me, but notably, I do this for funsies. I don't monetize the channel, I don't run ads or anything like that. So, in the future, I want you to watch me, but only if a streamer who is doing this for a living that you like is not already streaming. You should watch, or at least give them a sub, then come back and watch me, because I love hanging out. I love making this wonderful Conquest content for you. But I also don't want to take any precious advertising revenue away from the folks that actually do rely upon it for their foods and other products and services that they purchase. Yeah, so no, the problem is, Schnurp, I love hanging out. Guys, I love hanging out. I would love engaging with you folks about the strategy of what I'm doing and how your day went and the Marvel Snap that we are both playing. But every time I'm doing that, I am taking eyeballs away from potentially streamers that are doing this for a living. So what I think that everyone should do is go give their Prime subs and their purchased subs to the streamers that they like. Maybe open that in a window where they're getting their ad revenue, and then come hang out. Let's talk shop. Let's talk about, what you guys want to talk about. Have I talked about, for those of you who came from the Bink stream, you heard me talk about this, but Pantheon? Have I talked about Pantheon with you guys? Do you guys know what Pantheon is? Also, to curse me, I am sweaty as hell. I'm like, let me be vain here for a second. I want to look nice for you guys. No, I'm quitting out of this queue because I need to give this the attention that it deserves. Oh, no. Looking at it, I don't have a great setup. I look great. You're right. I appreciate that. But I needed to verify that. I just felt like I wasn't. Let me set the stage. And I promise we're going to get to Marvel Snap, those of you who just came from Schnurr. I have been an avid follower of adult cartoons. Not the porny kind, but, we don't discriminate. For 25 years or more. Whenever I travel, which is all the time, I have Adult Swim on. Every single cartoon targeted towards anything beyond elementary school. I've either watched or I'm certainly aware of it and its place in the zeitgeist, and I'm just a huge fan. I love animation and of all flavors. And a couple months ago, maybe 2 months ago, an animated series hit Netflix that wasn't new. It's a couple years old. And not only had I never seen it, I had never heard of it. And and I'm looking into this, it was a huge budget sci-fi massive swing. There's no way that this thing didn't cost millions of dollars. It's called Pantheon. We're getting there. I'm trying to sell you on it. So I fire up Pantheon on Netflix, and to be clear, it was an AMC show. It ran for 1 season. It was supposed to run for 2 seasons. At the conclusion of the first season, because they didn't advertise it at all, if I am not hearing about this show, they are advertising it terribly. Nobody heard about this show. They made 1 season. AMC canceled it, and then Amazon picked it up and made the 2nd season. Praise be. So there's 2 of 2 seasons, and they were made in, I think, 2018, 2019. And then Netflix just got the 1st season. You can watch the 2nd season on YouTube. Why I bring this up, why I mention this at all, is I consume a ton of media. As I say, I'm semi-retired. I don't have any kids, so my primary hobby is watching things and playing Marvel Snap. And I put on Pantheon, and it's sick. It's one of the best things I've seen in a very long time. It's right up there with Scavenger's Reign and Mars Express. The ideas that it discusses are some ideas I've never heard before, never considered before, and I'm a pretty educated, traveled guy. And the ones that I was familiar with, I had never seen them expressed in such a way. It's incredibly well done. It's incredibly well acted. The actors are real actors who normally suck in cartoons, but these are like William Hurt, amazing. Paul Dano, I don't know how to say his name, amazing. These are legitimate, crazy, good actors performing at the top of their game. It's a riveting, gripping story. And clearly a lot of people put a lot of effort and a lot of love into it, and nobody's seeing it. So I'm using this platform, before we get into Marvel Snap, is to fire up Pantheon on Netflix. And if you don't like it, stop watching, of course. But I cannot recommend it enough. It's amazing. And Castlevania rules. Castlevania rules. I'm not so big on the Nocturne spinoff. It's lovely, but speaking of voice acting, and so really appreciate you guys hanging out. I almost don't want to queue into Marvel Snap and be like, no, we're talking about cartoons. Deal with it. The voice acting, speaking of, in the original Castlevania run, is unbelievable. The screenwriting is next level, and the way that they deliver lines is deliberate and intentional in a way that you do not see in cartoons. There's dramatic pauses, there's real emphasis in ways that people actually talk, and we're talking about Castlevania at the same time. And then there's sight gags. The action is mind blowing. It's unbelievable. The Castlevania show is a triumph. I feel about it like probably when I saw the Castlevania 4 the first time, like when it was the original first season was just 4 episodes. I remember watching it on a tablet in my recliner when I lived in Portland, and then the 4th episode ended and that was it. And I was like, "What is happening?" I remember it to this day. That was at this point 8 years ago or something. Yeah, no, it's amazing. You're talking about Castlevania? Do you are people of the opinion that the Nocturne series is dramatically better? Nobody thinks that. Or like as good as the original Castlevania series, or dramatically worse as the original Castlevania series, or just different. I wonder what people's opinion are. I watched. I'm like, this is enjoyable. This is well done, but it didn't capture the. You know what I'm saying? It didn't rip my brain out through my throat the way that watching Castlevania did, the original Castlevania. Where to watch Pantheon? I've been trying to watch for months. It's the first season is on Netflix. It just appeared on Netflix like a month ago, and the second season is weirdly on YouTube. Now, notably, it weirdly is made by Amazon. It's somehow not on Amazon. The second season is on YouTube, and it's of a high quality. And it's mostly there, but not entirely there. You see, for copyright reasons, because Pantheon was an incredible production that had cost a ton of money, they have actual songs in the show. Like, the soundtrack is scored by professionals. And there are scenes from the second season that they actually had to surgically remove or change the audio to because of copyright reasons. And so the first season's on Netflix, and I watched the second season on YouTube just fine. There was one thing that I had to follow up later. But the first season in its entirety is on Netflix. And yeah, if Amazon lost the rights to the show that they made, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's so cool that you guys are here. Really appreciate it. If you've not already done so, and you're enjoying the conversation so far, and the riveting Marvel Snap content of the Q into Gold Conquest, send a follow. Hang out. Notably, I forget if I mentioned this with the Schnurp Raiders, but I'm actually going on vacation in about 14 hours. And so I will be... I don't stream every day. As I say, I don't do this for a living, but I stream whenever I can, but I will be absent for a handful of days, and so I promise I'll be back. Question. I asked this earlier, and it was weird. Nice to meet you too, Schnurp. I hope to talk to you when next makes sense. I would like to know where everyone is from. Please tell me in the chat, to your comfort level, I'm not doxing anybody, where are you from? Where are you watching me from? I'm in the Seattle, Washington area. And one of our viewers earlier was actually from Georgetown, which is about a 12-minute drive from where I am. It's kind of fun. New Jersey, nice. Like the northern New York part of Jersey or the southern Philly part of Jersey? Dallas, thanks for hanging out. Spidey, Drew, have you seen the movie Bernie? There's a section in the movie Bernie, Richard Linklater's film, where they talk about the various parts of Texas, and I think they call Dallas where the snooty rich people live. Italy, that's awesome. Well, thank you for joining me. Just a couple months ago, I went on vacation to Bologna. Well, I went to vacation. Sorry, I went to Milan. I went to Toronto and went on the Bernina Express. But I fell in love with Bologna. Bologna is like my favorite place in the world now. If any of you have any real estate in Bologna and want to give it to me, that would be fine. So my opponent, high collection level and playing discard. Just discard all day long, man. I talk about this with some frequency, and this keeps bearing out, that if you play Conquest, you need to be able to beat discard, because it is a staple that you will see time and time and time again. Technically, Stegron is ultimately more power here, but the shenanigans that I can pull with Stegron make me want to hold it. So what they get? Oh, they got rid of Titania. What is this deck? But of course they discarded Helicarrier. And so their card is a bunch... Their hand, excuse me, is a bunch of nonsense. I would like to play Eliath with priority next turn. So although Nimrod is the most mana efficient, we're going to do this. There's actually a world in which I just try and stick to right and middle and actually let Warpath do his thing. Notably, discard decks almost never run counterplay. Glad you enjoyed your time in Italy. To be honest, I mean, I knew that it would be lovely, but I was very tickled by how much I liked it. I really liked Italy in a way that I was surprised. And perhaps I shouldn't be surprised, perhaps that's rude, but like I really had a lovely time. I highly recommend it to everybody. And what counters discard? I would say there's individual cards. There's an argument to me snapping here. I kind of don't want to do that. What am I trying to say? Shoot, I can only play one card here. Yeah, that was kind of why I didn't snap, not because they left, but because despite having extra mana and a hand of 6 cards, I literally could only play one card, and I would have to play guess where. Yes, Platinum Mouse has it exactly. Oh, good night, Spidey Drew. I hope to see you next time. The answer to the question of, like, when you expect to see discard, how can you deal with it? You want Red Guardian to be able to deal with Dracula and Morbius sometimes, but it's primary. You basically need to be able to deal with Dracula. And I have been running Lady Deathstrike in an Arishem list, which I cannot recommend enough. It is absolutely lights out effective. I can't speak to how effective Lady Deathstrike would be. I'm snapping on Doom. With Doom. If you do not have Arishem, Lady Deathstrike on turn 5 or 6 exclusively, with only 5 or 6 mana, it becomes more marginal. I do not know if that's worth doing. However, in an Arishem list, when you expect to face discard, I think that do not hit Doom 2099. Okay, thank God. Oh, Galacta 2 for Pete's sake. Everything's coming up. Nate. Snap again. That said, discard can pull some shenanigans. I do not want to get too complacent. They can get real tall, real fast, real surprising. So yeah, in order to beat discard, you need to be able to deal with a Dracula. You either get taller than them. So, like, for example, Mr. Negative decks simply do not care about how big or not their Dracula gets, because if you're effectively playing Solitaire, and Mr. Negative decks, when they pop off, they will beat discard every time. So decks that can get taller than discard with their own play, or counter things like, as we said, Red Guardian is a critical thing, and Lady Deathstrike is as it might allow. Is that the Marvel Rival Legends Nate the Great? Oh my God, the Gold 2 player. Nate the Great Martin? Yeah, get out of here. Indeed it is. Although, that said, the season is resetting in like an hour. So, soon I will have to reclimb back up to my goal. And for clarity, I've been doing Marvel Rivals with Binks a little bit. And Binks and I both got to gold and are like, you know what? We're good. Let's do some quick play. It's a little sweaty. So, Rickety Bridge and Legion are pretty fun. Fun fact. Can kind of get a little sassy with it.
What are the odds?
Yeah, and because the rewards aren't... They don't... The rewards for Platinum and Diamond and Grand... I think maybe you get a thing at Grandmaster, but like what you have to do to get to more... Wow, look at that. So, hang on. How can they get... I'm going to snap here because they need to do some stuff with what is the 4/7 girl called? Proxima Midnight, in order to get to Sanctum Sanctorum, probably. And I can do stuff with Rickety Bridge that they can't do. And Rocket and Groot, he can go to Sanctum Sanctorum. Victoria Hand. This is a deck that I am not crazy comfortable playing against. Which is to say, I just don't know how it works. I mean, I know how it works, but like I do not know enough about the flow and the vibe and the whatever of it all to like effectively play. That said, this is a fairly straightforward set of locations. I'm just playing as I'm playing, but I'm a little outside my comfort zone here. If you ever want to play, let me know if you want. Absolutely. I will absolutely do that. My name is Nate the Great. I don't know how you find people in the Marvel Rivals stuff. So they have an Apocalypse. Mental note, 12 power Apocalypse. That's important to know. A 16 power Apocalypse. I think it's Nate the Great, one word. I think it's Nate the Great, one word. Opponent retreated. Excellent, excellent. Feeling good? Yeah, I'm a little outside my comfort zone. My opponent is playing discard, but it is a weird... It is like a hand... I guess there's probably... I don't know... Well, literally Victoria hand. I don't know, like, how it wins and stuff, as it were. Yeah, when I see Helkin, I will know that it is you, Helkin. Now, I have a pretty good hand. I kind of want to snap here. The thing that gives me a little bit of pause is... And, you know, honestly, now that I think about it, they might not even run Dracula. This list might run Dracula, but it might not run Dracula. It probably does. It probably runs Dracula if they have Apocalypse. The weird thing is I'm going to be playing out Doom 2099, and I want to be able to Death Strike their Dracula, but you have to hold it because I don't want to kill my own cards, so it's a consideration. That said, I'm not going to mess around. We're just, even though I'm playing nothing on turn 1 or 2, Doom 2099 with Arisham is strong enough that I'm comfortable starting out. With 2 cubes and with Death Strike to get rid of their Dracula, they have to get a little bit lucky to beat me. I'm going to make them get a little bit lucky to beat me. Alright, they're going to have Swarms. Swarms allow them to fill White Hot Room, but if they fill White Hot Room with anything that doesn't scale, I can... Helkin, did you mean to type that? What? So, Automod has caught a message, and I don't know if that was intentionally how you spelled that, or not. You know, I actually kind of don't want to play... The thing is, he's likely to fill White Hot Room with Swarms. No, and that's fine. I just, you know, it's funny if that auto-corrected to that. And if he fills White Hot Room with Swarms, I'm going to be able to Death Strike there, and I want to be able to do that and not take out my Doom. So I'm not going to get White Hot Room here. I'm giving it up. But that said, Death's Domain is hard for him to get into, and I've got Doom 2099, and I think that I'm in a pretty good position here. Now, this is pretty great. This is a bit of a checkmate here, because I am going to... oh, God. With Dr. Doom. This isn't fair. Like, he's got the extra mana, but he can't do anything. He's straight up not having a good time. This is cyberbullying. I told earlier I don't like being rude on the internet. This is being rude on the internet. And even Washington, D.C. gets the Doombot buff. I considered Eliathing middle there, but I think that this is too strong to not do. So you got into Death's Domain. Doesn't have Dracula down. Yeah, this is a pretty convincing victory. You know, I have not been checking Alliance missions. Oopsie doodle. Sorry to the Alliance. I certainly have got my 4,000 points, but I probably could have more at this point. We're in the driver's seat, folks. This is going out. This is going pretty good. And they don't have Apocalypse in their hand. Nightmare, thank you for the follow. Here's a little confession, as we are in the middle of this conquest. I absolutely should have gone to the bathroom before I entered this queue. I have no idea why I didn't do that. That was extremely stupid. I am sitting here, my bladder about to go. It's just a disaster down there. And we're playing it out, but I'm straight up not having a good time. I mean, I'm having a great time with you guys, of course, but like, I'm straight up not having a good time. Now, Magneto is the most cost-efficient thing here, but I want to start growing Surtur. And so we're going to do that. Oh, funny, I got MODOK Apocalypse Copycat here. That's a fun little combo. People, more followers. Hey, Assatir, I don't know how I'm saying that wrong, I'm sure. But thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Oh, well, I was just about to, Magneto left to fill up left, but this is good too. Crucially, how much? I have 6 mana. Oh, this is so good. Crucially, I will probably have priority for Negasonic next turn. I hate that once I have to pee, I have to stuff in the line. Yeah, this is where I'm at right now, folks. Alright, so I'm gonna say they have a full hand of nonsense here. This is gonna be hard to, like, quote-unquote play around, and yeah, I might just be cooked here. I was not banking on priority, but that would have been nice. I don't think Tribunal does anything here. I have to, like, play something big enough. So this is adding 3 plus... This is adding 6 power. So that's enough. Negasonic and... This might be enough. The thing is, if they're adding yet more cards to their hand, this won't be enough. Now that I think about it, do I instead... Not that... Negasonic won't trigger here, but I don't think they have the ability to add more than 13 power here. And if they are adding cards to their hand, I want to get over the top of the collector. So what I'm going to do is this. This is a weird line. I'm adding, quote-unquote, too much power mid. Sorry, too much power left. But that's the way that I win here, is just eking out a win in the middle and not losing surprisingly in the left.
There's no strings on me. Victory.
We did it. How easy. I'll be right back. Oh my god. That's better. And we got the Infinity ticket. First one of the season. Yeah, season? Yeah, season. You guys were here first. My first Infinity ticket of the season. I was going to stop several things ago. But Schnurp, with their gracious raid, and Cry Me a Foot, with their gracious raid before that, just kept me going. Now, that said, it is 12:34 in the AM, and I'm not actually, for me, I'm not up late. I am not at all up late, but I am streaming late. Normally I do the early afternoons, but I did the Infinity Conquest, not for nothing, 20-0 Infinity Conquest run with Binks, and got more eyeballs on my channel, and I am going on vacation in 14 hours, 13 hours, 11 hours. And before I did that and kind of vanished from people's, the top of people's minds, I was like, oh, I'll do some evening streaming. And people started watching, people started reading. So I went much later than I normally would. But that said, I'm not going to bed right now. I'm certainly going to catch up on the internet that happened while I was gone, and this sort of things. But a couple things. So one, I am going on vacation for a handful of days. You will not see me around for a minute, but I'll be back. This doesn't mean I don't love you all. I really want to thank you guys for hanging out. I am, as I said, I do not do this for the monies, but I really enjoy it, and I really enjoy. I don't enjoy streaming to an audience of none. I really enjoy streaming to an audience of many. And I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Many, if not most, if not virtually all of you, did not know who I was, and hung out anyway. And that's real cool. It's a thing to commit, to spend some time, and I appreciate it. I want to thank you guys for following. And I want to thank you guys for hopefully coming back. Nice to meet you too, Assatir and Nightmare 1304, and Alloy. Oh, you guys are so nice. And again, if anyone just has any Italian real estate in the Bologna region and just wants to give it to me, that's cool. So before I go, we're going to raid somebody. I hope that everybody has a good night. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. I want to raid somebody, but I need to figure out who to raid, and I also need to, again, owing to the fact that I'm comparatively new at this, I'm not super fast. So we're going to find a Marvel Snap streamer to send you to. I know Marvel Snap does not have a lot of evening viewers. It kind of goes a little bit wonky. Probably. Oops, I need to. God, this is riveting content. I know you guys are electrified by me looking at the streamer things. I think we're probably going to go to Interrobang. I'm going to send you guys to Interrobang. If you do not know who... Interrobang doesn't know who I am, probably, but I've played them many times. They are also a Conquest player. One of the very few in the world that has played more Conquest than me. There is not many, but he is one of them. Anyway, my name is Nate the Great. So glad to have you guys. This is awesome. And I hope to see you again next time I stream, which will be in a handful of days at least. Have a great rest of your day, and if I don't talk to you, which I won't, your weekend.
Oh, what the hell? Grandmaster moved Odin mid, but the on reveal went off the left. Just play Luke Cage here to cure my mid, I think. Oh, you could just do that. Nate the Great, thanks for the raid, my man.